there's a strange truth that many people sense deep down. A quiet pull they can't quite explain. It's the notion that reality isn't fixed. That something more is at work. Something invisible, intelligent, and alive. Some call it consciousness. Others, the field. But most can agree. The universe is far more than atoms and empty space. Now, here's the uncomfortable part. Modern science still struggles to define consciousness. Physics can measure particles, map forces, and model galaxies. But it can't tell us what happens when awareness meets the material world. That intersection, where your thoughts interact with energy, is precisely where our journey begins. This channel is built on a bold but simple truth. Your inner world doesn't just reflect your outer reality. It actively shapes it. The universe isn't just outside you. It extends from you. Consciousness isn't something you possess. It's what you are. And quantum physics is beginning to offer the language and framework to explain how this works. Across the series, you'll explore ideas that sit at the edge of science and metaphysics, yet remain grounded in research, logic, and practical tools. From the strange behavior of subatomic particles to the evidence for multiple realities, we'll decode what these ideas mean for your everyday life. You'll learn why visualization techniques don't just make you feel good. They may be tapping into the geometry of energy itself. Why mind over matter is more than a catchy phrase. It may actually describe how reality responds to conscious observation, and how you might already be shifting into alternate timelines without knowing it. We're not here to repeat vague affirmations or repurpose motivational cliches. We're here to decode the relationship between self-awareness and the quantum field, and reveal how that understanding can transform how you think, feel, act, and manifest outcomes in your life. You'll uncover the role of frequency and belief, and the science of thought forms. You'll see how emotions may alter your experience of time, and you'll begin to explore the idea that your current identity is just one possibility. In a sea of infinite versions of you, each installment in this series is designed to pull back the curtain, layer by layer, on a deeper truth. Reality might not be as solid as it seems, and you're not merely observing the universe. You're participating in its construction. So if you're curious, if you're the kind of person who questions the surface of things, who senses there's more beneath the moment, who feels there's power hidden inside thought, awareness, and intention, then this space was built for you. Let's begin. All around you, the world appears solid, structured, and predictable. You wake up, gravity pulls you down, clocks tick forward, and the sun rises over the same horizon. But behind that ordinary rhythm lies something strange, something deeply unsettling to the scientific world. The deeper we look into the fabric of reality, the more it behaves like a sophisticated illusion. Not a concrete thing, but a dynamic, coded experience. Here's the kicker. Some of the world's top physicists believe the universe may, in fact, be a kind of simulation. Not in the sense of a computer game, but as a projected, structured reality that responds to rules, code, and input. Why? Because reality appears to be informational at its core. Bits, not atoms, might be the building blocks of everything we see. Now consider this. If the universe runs like a simulation, what does that make you? Are you a player? A character? A creator? The simulation theory gained serious momentum when physicist John Wheeler famously suggested that the universe is not made of stuff, but of information. Every quantum interaction, every particle's behavior, is shaped by observation, measurement, and interpretation. It's as if the universe doesn't exist in any meaningful way until it is noticed. Let's go further. The holographic principle, a leading theory in theoretical physics, states that all the information of our 3D universe is encoded on a 2D surface at its boundary. Just like a hologram stores depth and motion in flat light patterns, our entire cosmos might be a projection from a deeper, hidden layer of reality. So why does any of this matter to you? Because it suggests your awareness, the way you observe, focus, think, and feel, may be the ultimate input in this simulation. Consciousness isn't just a passenger along for the ride. It's the interface. Think of a video game. The landscape looks fixed until the player moves. Then, new areas generate, textures render, and hidden elements come into view. This mirrors what quantum physics tells us about particles. Until observed, they exist in a state of probability, not in one location but in a blur of potential. Only when a conscious observer enters the equation does the particle choose a position. This is called the collapse of the wave function. If you're paying attention, the implication is huge. Reality might not be passively unfolding around you. Could be responding to you. This leads to the deeper question. If consciousness is the observer, could it also be the projector? In this model, your thoughts don't just float around in your head. They influence the very code that shapes your experience. You think, you feel, you expect. And the simulation responds. This isn't magic or wishful thinking. It's the strange mechanics of how energy and information behave at the smallest levels. Now, let's be precise. This doesn't mean you can just think a thought and instantly change your world like snapping fingers. It means that over time, sustained consciousness, your focus, your frequency, your beliefs, begins to mold the simulated environment you're immersed in. Your inner world sets the coordinates. The simulation fills in the form. The ancient mystics, long before quantum science emerged, taught a parallel idea. They believed that the world was Maya, a divine illusion, fluid and responsive to the mind. Today, physics echoes this with ideas like non-locality, entanglement, and the holographic nature of spacetime. Let's talk about digital physics for a moment. Researchers like Edward Fredkin proposed that the universe behaves like a giant cellular automaton, a self-running, rule-based system similar to a computer algorithm. In this view, all matter and movement are generated by processing bits of information. If that's true, then consciousness, especially self-reflective awareness, may be the code that brings clarity to the simulation's flow. You're not a puppet in a preset world. You are a user interacting with an advanced, intelligent system that seems to know when you're paying attention. You influence it not with brute force, but with thought, alignment, and intentional awareness. Now comes the challenge. Most people operate on autopilot. They don't realize that their attention has power, that their internal state is creating informational ripples through a responsive field. They unknowingly feed the simulation with fear, stress, or doubt, and the feedback loop mirrors that back to them. The moment you begin to understand the simulation as responsive, informational, and malleable, you reclaim the controls. You begin to interact consciously with the feedback around you. You realize that intention isn't just a nice idea, it's the steering wheel. But this requires training the mind to stop reacting and start observing. It means choosing where you place your focus. It means aligning your inner state not with what you fear, but with what you seek to activate. And that's what this journey is about. Becoming the kind of consciousness that doesn't wait for reality to change, but recognizes that reality is already changing, based on you. Not as fantasy, as physics. There is a fundamental shift happening in how we understand the mind, not just as a byproduct of the brain, but as something far more powerful and far more mysterious. At the core of this shift is a provocative question. Is consciousness something the brain produces, or is the brain simply receiving it? The emerging idea is that consciousness is not local, not confined, and not bound by the limits of space and time. Instead, it may exist as a field, something similar to gravity or magnetism, that permeates the universe. You don't just have consciousness. You are consciousness. Your brain may act more like a receiver or tuner than a generator. Let's define it clearly. Quantum consciousness is the theory that human awareness is rooted in quantum processes, microscopic events that behave according to the laws of quantum mechanics. These events do not obey classical logic. They allow for phenomena like entanglement, superposition, and non-locality. And if consciousness is indeed operating on this level, then everything you think you know about perception, memory, decision-making, and identity needs to be revisited. To understand what makes quantum consciousness so different, compare it to the Newtonian model. In classical physics, the universe is viewed as a giant machine. Everything happens in predictable, linear fashion. Consciousness under this model is a passive result of biological complexity. The brain processes electrical signals and chemical reactions, and somehow experience emerges. But this explanation falls short. It can describe how neurons fire, but not why firing patterns become thoughts or emotions or awareness of self. In other words, It doesn't solve the hard problem of consciousness. How subjective experience arises from objective matter. Quantum theory offers a radically different model. In the quantum world, particles don't exist in fixed states until they are observed. They behave as probabilities. This opens the door to the idea that observation is not just passive, it's formative. And that puts consciousness at the center of the equation, not the end of it. In this view, consciousness is the active agent that selects reality from a field of possibilities. When a conscious observer is present, the wave of potential becomes a concrete event. You're not just seeing the world, you're choosing which version of the world becomes real in every moment. That has staggering implications. It means your awareness isn't trapped behind your eyes. It's entangled with the very fabric of what you observe. It means you're not a tiny dot in an uncaring universe. You are part of the universe's awareness of itself. Now let's get specific. How could this work biologically? One of the most studied theories in this space is orchestrated objective reduction. Proposed by physicist Sir Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff, it suggests that quantum processes occur in microtubules inside neurons. These tiny structures may be capable of sustaining quantum coherence, allowing them to process information beyond what classical physics allows. In simpler terms, the cells in your brain may be tapping into the quantum field. This theory remains controversial, but it's supported by growing experimental evidence that quantum effects can and do occur in warm, wet biological systems, something once thought impossible. Photosynthesis, bird navigation, and even smell have been linked to quantum behavior. Consciousness may simply be the most complex expression of that behavior. So let's bring it home. Do you have quantum consciousness? It's not just a matter of brain structure. It's a matter of how you use your mind. Quantum consciousness isn't limited to elite thinkers or advanced meditators. It begins with awareness, moment-to-moment attention to the present, the ability to observe thought without being lost in it, and the practice of maintaining coherence between thought, emotion, and intention. When your mind is fragmented, looping in fear or judgment, it behaves like noise. But when you bring your awareness into alignment, when thought and emotion sync, you create coherence. And coherence is the condition under which quantum influence becomes strongest. Think of it like a radio signal. A scattered mind sends static. A coherent mind transmits a clear frequency into the quantum field. That signal interacts with potential, shaping probability into experience. Now consider this: quantum consciousness isn't just about influencing your outer reality. It's also about accessing information. If all possibilities exist in the field, then through alignment, intuition, or altered states of awareness, you may be able to receive information not bound by time or space. This isn't fantasy. It's consistent with the principle of non-locality, where two particles can affect each other instantly regardless of distance. Quantum consciousness also invites a new understanding of self. You are not your history. You are not your body. You are not even your thoughts. Those are patterns, temporary expressions of awareness. The deeper truth is that you are the awareness itself. And as awareness, you can shift focus, reshape patterns, and access new versions of yourself not yet expressed. This is where practice comes in. Techniques like meditation, breath control, focused intention, and visualization aren't just calming exercises. They are tools to train your quantum awareness. They help you move from a reactive mind to an intentional one, from random influence to deliberate creation. Let's be very clear. Quantum consciousness does not promise instant results. This is not a shortcut or a secret hack. It's a shift in perspective. From passive participant to active creator. From isolated brain to connected field. From limited self to conscious intelligence embedded in a responsive universe. This is not an idea to believe. It is a state to explore. And once you begin to explore it, you'll notice something. The world feels less rigid. Possibilities feel more accessible. And the patterns of your life begin to reflect the patterns of your intention, rather than the momentum of your past. Because you're not waiting for change anymore. You're initiating it from the field, through the signal of your consciousness. You are not a bystander in this quantum landscape. You are a node of intelligence linked to all that is, And it starts with a choice. To observe. In the strange world of quantum mechanics, nothing is fixed until something or someone interacts with it. Subatomic particles do not exist in a single, definite place or state. Instead, they hover in a state of probability. They are not here or there, but somewhere in between. Until they are observed. This moment, when the potential becomes actual, is known as wave function collapse. It's one of the most baffling and profound features of quantum physics. And it raises a question that strikes at the heart of our understanding of reality. What causes the collapse? The most accepted answer? Observation. But what does it mean to observe? And more importantly, can your thoughts alone trigger that collapse? To understand this, we first need to unpack the foundation of this phenomenon. The famous double-slit experiment. Physicists shot particles, like electrons, through a barrier with two slits and recorded how they landed on a screen. When no one measured which slit the particle went through, it behaved like a wave, creating an interference pattern. This meant the particle passed through both slits simultaneously, existing in a state of probability. But when a measuring device was placed to detect which slit the particle traveled through, the pattern changed. The interference vanished. The particle behaved like a solid object and went through just one slit. So what changed? Nothing but the act of measurement. Some form of interaction or awareness caused the particle to choose a state. Now here's the key insight. It's not the machine that collapses the wave function. It's the information being registered. It's the awareness that matters. This leads us to a bold possibility. Conscious observation may be the root cause of physical reality solidifying into form. Let that sink in. The very structure of matter may depend on whether or not a conscious mind pays attention. That's not mysticism. It's quantum physics. Now let's apply this to the human experience. If particles exist in a cloud of probabilities until observed, and if your observation alters their behavior, then what is the world made of before you observe it? It exists as pure potential. And your thoughts, your attention, pull one possibility out of the quantum field and into form. You are not just watching reality. You are actively collapsing probability into experience. But here's where things get even more interesting. Your internal observations matter just as much as your external ones. Thoughts themselves are forms of observation. Each thought you have is a signal that activates a specific frequency in the field. The moment you focus your awareness, especially with emotional charge, you begin to influence the collapse of potentials. You pull the intangible into the tangible. This is why people who repeatedly think negative thoughts often experience repeated negative outcomes. They are not being punished. They are collapsing similar forms of potential over and over again. Their thoughts act like tuning forks, aligning their reality with specific frequencies. Likewise, thoughts aligned with gratitude, confidence, love, and clarity begin to influence the field in a different way. They shift the energy landscape, affecting what forms collapse into experience. Here's where the real power begins. You are not limited to passive observation. You can direct it. You can focus your awareness deliberately. And when you do, you are interacting with the quantum field in a way that shapes possibility. Now, does this mean you can sit in silence, think of a red sports car, and have it appear in your driveway by morning? No, this is not magic. It's a responsive system. The field responds to coherence, consistency, alignment, and resonance. The more aligned your thought, emotion, and belief are with a potential, the more energy you direct toward that collapse. But inconsistency weakens that signal. If you think positively for 5 minutes, then flood your mind with doubt for the rest of the day, the dominant frequency takes over. The field responds not to occasional hopes, but to sustained coherence. Think of it like sculpting clay. Each thought is a small movement of the hand. One thought doesn't shape the statue, but hundreds shaped with focus do. You are sculpting outcomes with every repetition of observation. Let's take this deeper. What happens when you observe yourself? This is where self-awareness becomes a quantum tool. When you observe your own mind, your reactions, your patterns, your narratives, you create space. That space is where freedom exists. In that space, you can choose a new thought, a new response, a new potential. This act, observation without judgment, is one of the most powerful catalysts for collapse in the field. Why? Because it stops automatic repetition and introduces conscious choice. It's not about controlling everything around you. It's about mastering what you observe within. That observation changes your internal structure, and your internal structure guides what collapses in the external world. This is not philosophy. It's alignment with quantum behavior. Let's return to the idea of thought as observation. Each time you mentally rehearse an outcome, you are interacting with the field. Visualization, when paired with elevated emotion, acts like a soft push on the quantum wheel. The more you mentally and emotionally experience a desired reality, the more that version of reality gains coherence. And over time, it becomes the one most likely to collapse into your experience. This is why athletes, inventors, and high performers often report the same habit. Seeing the outcome first in the mind, feeling it as real, and then watching the world rearrange itself accordingly. They aren't waiting for the wave to collapse randomly. They are guiding it through focus. But again, this is not about ego control. It's about resonance. The field doesn't obey commands. It responds to signals. You must become the signal of the outcome you seek. That requires more than wishful thinking. It requires embodiment. You don't just think abundance. You feel it, speak it, walk it, and think from it. You observe the world through the lens of already being it. And the wave begins to collapse accordingly. This is quantum consciousness in practice. You become an intentional observer. You become aware of the thoughts that collapse unhelpful outcomes. You choose better thoughts. You sustain those thoughts. You combine them with emotion, belief, and behavior. And you transform your influence over the field. Not because you command it, but because you are coherent with it. The field is always listening. The only question is, what signal are you sending? From the moment you wake up to the second your head hits the pillow, your life is ruled by a single, relentless force: time. Clocks tick, calendars turn, schedules guide your every move. It all feels solid, measurable, unchanging. But the deeper you go into the fabric of reality, the less sense time begins to make. Physics doesn't treat time the way most people do. In fact, time doesn't behave like a flowing river, moving neatly from past to present to future. That's a mental model useful for daily life, but deeply misleading when it comes to understanding the nature of existence. Time, at its core, may not even exist as we know it. Einstein shattered the classical view when he showed that time is relative. It stretches, bends, and warps depending on gravity and motion. Two people traveling at different speeds will age at different rates. This isn't science fiction. It's been confirmed by experiment. The faster you move, the slower time flows. The closer you are to a massive object like a black hole, the more time slows down. So right now, time is passing differently for you than it is for someone flying on a plane or living at the top of a mountain. So ask yourself, if time is flexible, then what is it? Really? At the quantum level, things get even stranger. Many quantum equations work perfectly without including time at all. They describe a world where events do not unfold in a linear sequence. The traditional concept of cause and effect begins to break down. Some experiments suggest that actions taken in the present can influence outcomes in the past. This isn't just academic theory. It challenges the deepest assumptions you carry every day. Because if time isn't absolute and the past isn't fixed, and the future isn't waiting somewhere down the road, then where are you? The answer? Always here. Always now. In the quantum view, the present moment is not a thin sliver separating past from future. It is the only reality. Everything you experience, every memory, every anticipation, exists right now in your awareness. The idea of a past you or a future you is a story your mind constructs. This isn't just a metaphysical concept. It has real consequences for how you live. If your mind is constantly reliving the past, rehearsing old emotions, repeating familiar judgments, then you are energizing those moments now. Your present state is filled with the echo of what no longer exists, unless you keep recreating it. Likewise, if you're locked in anxiety about the future, worrying about what might go wrong, fearing what hasn't even happened, your body responds as if it's real now. Your nervous system can't tell the difference. Your thoughts have dragged your awareness out of the only place you can create change. This moment. This is where the illusion becomes dangerous. Time feels real, so you keep waiting. Waiting to feel better. Waiting for conditions to improve. Waiting for permission. You act as if change is somewhere out ahead of you, when in truth, it only ever happens here. And here's the paradox. The more present you become, the more influence you gain over what most people call the future. Why? Because the future isn't a destination. It's a probability field. And your current emotional and mental state is what feeds it. In the quantum model, all possibilities exist simultaneously. This includes every version of your life, every decision, every identity, every potential path. They are not waiting in sequence. They are present now in latent form, like frequencies waiting to be tuned in. Your focus determines which one becomes real. Not tomorrow, not someday, now. So let's get practical. If you keep thinking and feeling as the version of yourself tied to your past, you keep selecting the same timelines. Your reality becomes a loop. New things might happen, but they fit the same emotional signature. You think you're moving forward, but it's just a new mask on the same pattern. To shift, you need to stop looking forward or backward. You need to root yourself in presence. Not just through silence or stillness, but through awareness. Through catching your thoughts as they echo old timelines. Through noticing your body as it reacts to non-existent threats. Through becoming the observer, right now, of how time has hijacked your attention. When you reclaim that attention, you reclaim your access to new futures. Because here's the truth. Every future you could live already exists. Time doesn't deliver it to you. You tune into it. This is why techniques like visualization, affirmation, and gratitude are effective when done properly. They don't trick the universe. They train your brain and body to feel a new timeline now. And when that becomes your dominant signal, the field begins to respond. This also explains why people get stuck. If you only affirm change while emotionally anchored in fear, you're sending mixed signals. The field doesn't respond to words. It responds to frequency. And your frequency is determined by your present emotional state. So if you want to access a new future, stop asking when it will arrive. Ask yourself, how present can I become with the version of me who already lives it? Can you think like that version now? Can you breathe like them? Move like them? Choose like them? Because time is not delivering them to you. You are aligning with them now. Here's a shift in mindset. The future is not ahead of you. It's beneath your current attention. It's already present in potential. And the version of you that lives that future is already real, in the quantum field, waiting for your signal. So what can you do today? Start by watching your relationship with time. Notice when your thoughts are rooted in old identities. Notice when your emotions are reacting to events that aren't happening. Catch the moment you slip out of presence, and gently return. Then build a practice around now. One that tunes your frequency to a new reality, not by forcing results, but by becoming the signal. Practice gratitude for outcomes you haven't yet experienced. Feel the emotions of a future self as if they are present. Act from that frequency, not toward it. Because time will not bring you transformation. Only presence can do that. In each moment, you're faced with choices. Some big, some seemingly insignificant. But underneath every decision is a deeper mechanism at play, one that may hold the key to understanding your influence on reality. This is the idea that each choice doesn't just shape your future, it branches it. Every decision is a pivot point between potential timelines, and every one of those timelines may already exist. This idea finds support in a serious interpretation of quantum theory known as the many worlds interpretation. First proposed by physicist Hugh Everett in the 1950s, it suggests that every possible outcome of every quantum event is realized. Not just in theory, but in actual parallel worlds. In other words, every time a particle chooses a path, the universe splits, and both outcomes continue to exist. Now scale that up. If particles operate this way, and if your body and brain are made of those particles, then the logic extends to you. Your decisions are not just internal psychological processes. They are quantum events, moments of collapse. And with every choice, you may be selecting between entire versions of reality. This isn't metaphor. This is physics pushing up against the boundaries of consciousness. Every time you decide to speak or stay silent, take action or hesitate, move left or right, you are interacting with a field of possibility. The path you don't choose doesn't vanish. Continues, just without your conscious attention. So how does this relate to you right now? It means you are never locked into one fixed version of your life. You are walking a path among infinite forks. But here's the key. You are not just reacting to the branches. You're also influencing which ones show up more clearly. Your state of being, your mindset, emotions, and energetic alignment act like a compass. They guide you toward certain versions of yourself. Think of it this way. Every decision you make is a vote for a reality. The more you make decisions that align with a particular version of yourself, the more your timeline reflects that version. This is where people often get stuck. They wait for change. They hope for external circumstances to shift. But in the quantum view, waiting is an illusion. You're already surrounded by branching timelines, some filled with breakthroughs, others with repetition. Your choices steer you, and your identity determines which choices feel natural. Let's get concrete. Say you have a recurring pattern, something that feels hardwired. Every time you face discomfort, you withdraw. You avoid. That choice might feel automatic, but it isn't neutral. Each time you repeat it, you strengthen the version of reality where that pattern dominates. But the moment you recognize it, truly see it, you introduce a new option. Even pausing for a breath creates a new path. And choosing a different response, no matter how small, begins to shift your trajectory. The change might feel invisible at first, but in the quantum landscape, it's profound. You've pivoted, and that pivot is everything, because you didn't just resist an old pattern. You aligned with a new timeline, one where you act from courage, one where you are not ruled by fear or memory, one where the energy you send out matches the reality you want to walk into. This isn't just about big decisions. It's about thousands of micro-choices. How you speak to yourself, what you focus on, whether you follow curiosity or habit. Each one is a branching point. Each one opens a new version of now. The most powerful question you can ask yourself isn't what will happen, but rather which version of me is making this choice? Because here's the truth. Every version of you already exists. The confident one, the afraid one, the visionary, the reactive one, the creator, the victim. None are more real than the others. They all exist as parallel paths. Your awareness determines which one becomes dominant. And the key to awareness is pattern recognition. Begin to watch your decision-making process. Where do you pull back? Where do you choose comfort over alignment? Where do you act from fear rather than clarity? Don't judge these patterns. Observe them. Every time you observe without reaction, you weaken the hold of unconscious repetition. And when that hold loosens, you gain access to the quantum pivot, the moment where a new universe becomes possible. It's not about grand gestures. It's about subtle shifts in frequency, choosing honesty over appeasement, stillness over reactivity, focus over distraction. Each shift realigns you with a new energetic stream. Think of your life like a forest of branching trails. Every footstep matters. You can't walk two paths at once, but you can choose where your next step lands. And the more steps you take in one direction, the more that path becomes your dominant reality. Now here's a powerful truth. The past does not lock you in. You might think, but I've made so many poor decisions. I've reinforced so many negative timelines. It doesn't matter. In the quantum view, the past is just a memory stored in the present. You don't need to undo it. You only need to stop energizing it. Your next decision is more powerful than your last 100, if you make it consciously. And when you string those conscious decisions together, something amazing happens. Your internal frequency begins to stabilize. You start to feel different. The world seems to respond differently. But it's not the world changing randomly. It's the timeline you're now aligned with. You begin to attract new situations. Not because of luck, because your internal choices are signaling a new identity to the field. and the field responds with coherence. This is why alignment matters more than effort. You can grind in one timeline and make little progress. Or you can make one aligned decision and leap into a version of yourself where everything is already in motion. It begins with a single choice, to choose differently, right now, because this moment is not just another moment. It's a threshold, a point of quantum branching, and the version of you who fully realizes their potential is not distant. They are already real, just waiting for you to match their signal. You don't have to wait for some mystical sign. You don't need the stars to align. You just need to ask, what would that version of me choose right now? And then choose it, because in that instant, a new universe begins. There's a moment quiet, often unnoticed, when a single thought begins its journey into form. It starts as an image, a desire, a fleeting impression. And yet, under the surface of your awareness, that moment carries power. Because in the quantum world, thought isn't just mental noise. It's energy, it's frequency, and it doesn't stay in your head, it moves. This brings us to a profound realization. You are constantly interacting with a field of energy and information that responds to your mental and emotional state. This is the quantum field, an invisible but fundamental layer of reality that exists beneath the material world. It is not empty space. It is potential. Modern physics refers to this as the zero-point field, a sea of fluctuating energy that exists even in what we call a vacuum. It's not just the background of existence. It is the source. Every atom, every cell, every planet, every galaxy arises from this field. But here's the part that changes everything. Consciousness appears to influence this field. This means your thoughts are not passive. They are active inputs into the structure of reality. And when they are coherent, when thought, emotion, and belief align, they create a signal strong enough to shape how probability collapses into form. Let's break that down. Every thought you have emits a frequency. If you repeatedly think in certain patterns, especially those charged with emotion, you begin to program the field. That frequency enters the sea of potential and starts to draw toward you the people, experiences, and outcomes that match it. It's not about fantasy. It's about resonance. The quantum field is neutral. It doesn't judge, edit, or question. It reflects. It mirrors your dominant signal back to you as the material world. If you live in a constant state of stress, worry, or frustration, the field doesn't respond with sympathy. It simply brings experiences that match that energetic state. This is why change begins with awareness, not action. Before you try to force reality to shift, you must examine the signal you're sending. That signal is composed of your most repeated thoughts, your emotional baseline, and the stories you believe about who you are. This isn't just psychology. It's physics in action. Now let's talk about the power of visualization. When you create a clear mental image of a desired outcome and emotionally connect to it as if it were already true, you are sending a blueprint into the field. That blueprint carries a vibrational signature. The stronger the emotional intensity, the clearer the signal. When you sustain that image and feeling without contradiction, without negating it with doubt, fear, or conflicting behavior, you begin to pull that potential closer. The field responds with synchronicity, opportunity, and momentum. But the moment you contradict that signal with disbelief or lack, the energy fractures. The field receives a mixed message. And mixed messages produce static results. So how do you align with the field in a way that consistently transforms thought into form? The key is coherence. When your thoughts match your emotions, and your emotions match your intentions, you generate electromagnetic harmony. That harmony creates a measurable effect in the quantum field. Studies using heart rate variability, brainwave coherence, and energy sensors all point to one truth. A coherent human being emits a strong signal. That signal doesn't need force. It doesn't require begging, hoping, or obsessing. It just needs to remain stable long enough for the field to organize around it. It's not the intensity of your desire that activates the field. It's the consistency of your alignment. So start here. Become aware of your inner state. Notice how often your thoughts contradict your desires. You may want peace, but constantly entertain mental conflict. You may want abundance, but speak from lack. You may visualize success but walk in fear. Each contradiction is a disruption in the field. Now, this isn't about perfection. It's about direction. The moment you begin to align more often than you misalign, your frequency shifts. That shift doesn't just affect your mood, it affects reality itself. Let's go deeper. The quantum field contains all versions of you, not metaphorically, literally. The version of you that's fulfilled, healthy, empowered, and aligned, it already exists. It is not waiting in the future. It's encoded in the field right now as a potential frequency. Your job is not to create it from scratch. Your job is to tune into it. This means thinking like that version of you now, feeling like them, acting like them, not pretending, not performing, but matching their energetic blueprint. When you hold that frequency, the field reorganizes matter to reflect it. This is why transformation can seem sudden from the outside. People say things like, "It all just changed overnight." What really happened is that a person's inner signal finally locked into coherence, and the field responded with the physical reflection. You are always influencing the field. The question is, are you doing it consciously or unconsciously? When you don't manage your mind, when you react emotionally to every situation, when you focus on lack or limitation, you are unconsciously manifesting outcomes that reinforce those patterns. But when you begin to observe your thoughts, shift your emotional state, and focus your energy deliberately, you become a conscious participant in the creative process. This is not about controlling life. It's about aligning with it, because the field is not separate from you. You are a point of awareness within it. You're not outside the system trying to change it. You're embedded in it. Your thoughts and emotions ripple through it, altering the landscape of probability. And here's the most empowering part. The field doesn't need years to respond. It needs clarity. Even a few minutes of pure alignment can generate momentum. Even a single realization, fully felt and embodied, can shift your entire trajectory. So don't wait for circumstances to give you permission to change. The field responds to your frequency, not your circumstances. Start now. Begin by noticing what you think about most. Notice how you feel when you think it. Notice how often your mind drifts into the past, into imagined fears, or into patterns of resistance. Then shift. Choose a new thought, one that matches the life you want. Breathe into it. Feel it as real. Walk through your day as if it were already unfolding. Speak from that place. Think from that place. Return to it again and again. Because thought is not just mental activity. It is creative energy moving into the field. And the field is always listening. Every moment you're alive, you're generating a field. Not just metaphorically. Your body produces electrical signals, magnetic pulses, and subtle waves that extend far beyond your skin. But what's more fascinating, and more consequential, is that your thoughts aren't silent. They're active. They generate frequency. They carry vibration. And those vibrations interact with the quantum field around you. This idea isn't based on speculation. It's rooted in science. Your brain operates through electrical impulses. These impulses create measurable brainwaves, patterns that vary depending on your mental and emotional state. But it goes beyond that. The human heart also generates an electromagnetic field, one that's 60 times more powerful than that of the brain. This field extends several feet outside your body and changes based on what you're feeling. Together, these systems, brain and heart, form a feedback loop. Thoughts influence emotions. Emotions influence biological signals. And those signals emit into the surrounding space as frequency. So yes, your thoughts have a frequency. And the universe responds not to what you think in words, but to the quality of those frequencies. This is why two people can say the same affirmation and experience completely different outcomes. One says it while aligned, calm, emotionally engaged. The other says it with tension, disbelief, or internal resistance. The words are identical, but the frequency is not. And in the quantum model, frequency determines outcome. Let's examine this more closely. Brainwave frequencies are categorized into several bands. Beta, normal waking state, alert and engaged. Alpha, calm and relaxed, often meditative. Theta, deep relaxation, creativity, access to the subconscious. Delta, deep sleep and cellular repair. Gamma, high-level focus, insight, and integration. Each of these frequencies corresponds not only to a state of mind, but also to a state of perception. When you're anxious, your brain emits chaotic beta waves. When you're peaceful, alpha dominates. When you're visualizing or deeply intuitive, theta comes alive. These are not just experiences, they're frequencies with measurable energetic impact. So when you focus your thoughts, especially in altered states of consciousness, you are sending out a signal. That signal isn't just personal. It interacts with the wider field of energy around you. This is where tools like meditation, breathwork, and heart coherence become powerful. They don't just relax you, they shift your frequency, creating a clearer, stronger, and more consistent signal. And a consistent signal is what alters the quantum field. Let's connect this to your life. Say you want to shift your reality. You want to manifest a new job, heal your body, attract aligned relationships, or step into a more empowered identity. You might think positive thoughts. You might even visualize success. But if your dominant frequency, your emotional baseline, is stress, doubt, or frustration, the signal is scrambled. The field receives incoherent data, and the outcome either reflects that chaos or remains unchanged. That's why focusing on the emotion behind the thought is more important than repeating mantras. You can't fake frequency. You can't bypass resonance. You either align with it or you don't. So how do you align? The first step is awareness. Begin to observe how your body feels when you think certain thoughts. Do they bring expansion or contraction? Lightness or tension? Energy or fatigue? Your body is your frequency meter. It's always giving you feedback, not in metaphor, but in literal sensory experience. A thought that raises your frequency will feel energizing. A thought that lowers it will feel heavy or chaotic. The second step is emotional clarity. To emit a coherent signal, you must feel emotionally stable, not perfect, but clear. If you're trying to manifest from desperation, fear, or urgency, the field picks that up. It responds accordingly, not by punishing, but by mirroring your frequency back to you. On the other hand, when you hold a state of gratitude, trust, and expectation, your frequency becomes magnetic. You attract realities that match those states. Let's use a simple metaphor. The universe is like a radio. The quantum field contains infinite stations. You don't create them, you tune into them. Your thoughts are the dial. Your emotions are the power behind the signal. When they work together, you lock onto the frequency of the life you want. But if you say, I want abundance, while feeling lack, you're tuned to the wrong station. The signal sent is not abundance, it's longing. And longing does not attract fulfillment. It attracts more longing. So practice sending out a clear signal. Start with small shifts. Replace complaining with conscious observation. Shift inner dialogue from judgment to neutrality. Breathe into discomfort until your body softens. Begin and end each day with coherent focus, feeling into a version of yourself who already lives the outcome you desire. This isn't a trick or shortcut. It's frequency training, and consistency beats intensity. A few minutes of true coherence, a real emotional and mental alignment, does more to influence your reality than hours of forced positivity. You don't have to chant for hours or visualize for days. You just need to tune in clearly and consistently to the emotional signature of the future you want to inhabit. Remember, the field is not linear. It doesn't respond to timelines. It responds to resonance. And the more you practice the frequency of your future now, the more you collapse timelines that align with it. This is why elevated emotions are so powerful. Gratitude, love, joy, peace. These are not just pleasant feelings. They are high-frequency states. They expand your field. They enhance brain-heart coherence. And they magnetize opportunities, people, and synchronicities that match. On the contrary, fear, shame, guilt, and anger contract your field. They scatter energy, and they limit what potentials are accessible. This isn't about moral judgment. It's about energetic precision. and it puts the power back in your hands. You are not at the mercy of random thought. You can train your signal. You can manage your internal state. You can shift your frequency and hold it long enough for the field to respond. The work is simple. Not always easy, but simple. Breathe deeply. Think deliberately. Feel consciously. Choose wisely. Return to alignment again and again. Not perfectly, but consistently. Because every thought emits a signal. Every signal carries a frequency. And every frequency shapes what becomes real. There's a pattern behind everything you experience. It's not random. It's not luck. And it's not fate. It's the reflection of something much closer than the outside world. Something that originates inside of you. That something is expectation. Most people think of expectation as passive, a quiet hope, an assumption, a guess about how something might go. But in the quantum model, expectation becomes something far more active, far more powerful. It's not just an outlook. It's a tuning mechanism. It influences how energy collapses into reality. Your expectations form a frequency pattern. That pattern doesn't just shape how you interpret the world. It influences the raw data that shows up in the first place. This isn't philosophical optimism. It's a function of consciousness interacting with a responsive field. Let's go deeper. Expectation sits at the intersection of belief, perception, and emotion. It's not just what you say you want. It's what you believe is most likely. You may say you expect good things, but if your nervous system is wired for disappointment, your subconscious is projecting a different signal. And in the quantum world, the strongest signal wins. The observer effect proves that particles behave differently depending on how they're measured. But it's not just the act of observation. It's the expectation of the observer that influences the outcome. This has been demonstrated in various double-slit experiments and reinforced through studies on placebo and intention. You don't just see the world. You influence it by the lens through which you expect to see it. This means your internal assumptions aren't private. They bleed into the structure of your reality. If you expect people to ignore you, you'll unconsciously act in ways that create that result. You'll withdraw slightly, speak with less confidence, or read neutral expressions as rejection. And the world reflects your signal back, seemingly confirming your belief. If you expect support, connection, and value, your posture, tone, and energy shift subtly but powerfully. And the field responds. This isn't magical thinking. It's energetic alignment. Expectation becomes the scaffolding for what experiences take shape. It's like placing an order through frequency, not with words, but with sustained belief patterns. Here's where most people miss the mark. They try to visualize a better life, repeat affirmations, or set goals, while quietly expecting nothing to change. The subconscious expectation cancels the conscious effort. The quantum field doesn't respond to surface-level statements. It responds to the deeper signal, the one generated by emotional memory, self-concept, and unconscious narrative. So the question becomes, what are you expecting without realizing it? You can uncover this by looking at what repeats in your life. Patterns don't lie. If relationships always end the same way, if money always feels just out of reach, if opportunities always arrive and slip away, there is likely an expectation driving that cycle. And once you spot it, you have power. Because expectation is programmable. Let's say you uncover an expectation that says, I always have to struggle to get ahead. That belief emits a steady frequency. Even when things are going well, there's tension underneath. A sense that ease is temporary or undeserved. That signal leaks into your actions, and the field organizes to mirror it. But when you begin to challenge that expectation, not by force, but through repetition, feeling, and awareness, you alter the broadcast. You begin to send a new pattern, one that says, progress can be natural, support is available, success can be sustainable. Over time, as that new expectation takes root, the external world starts responding differently. Not because the world changed, but because your filter shifted. The version of reality that matches your new expectation becomes the one you're now tuned into. Remember, all versions of reality exist. The one you experience is based on which frequency you hold most consistently. This is why sudden transformations often follow a shift in expectation, not necessarily a shift in effort. Someone reaches a breaking point, lets go of an old story, and suddenly their environment changes. They meet the right person. A door opens. Money arrives. Circumstances reorganize. It looks like coincidence from the outside, but it's coherence from the inside. So how do you shift your expectations consciously? Step 1. Bring them to the surface. Start journaling the patterns in your life. What results do you seem to always get? What assumptions live underneath those results? Step 2. Challenge those assumptions. Ask yourself, is this expectation based on truth or on repetition? Did I inherit it from experience, culture, or upbringing? And most importantly, is it serving the reality I want to experience? Step 3. Install new expectations. This is done not through hope, but through repetition and emotion. Visualization helps. So do affirmations, but only when paired with feeling. Gratitude is especially powerful because it signals that the desired outcome is already expected and accepted. Step 4. Embody the new signal. Live as if the new expectation is already the norm. Speak, move, and decide from that place, not to fake it, but to stabilize the frequency. And finally, notice feedback from the field. Small synchronicities, unusual support, or subtle changes in energy are signs that the signal is being received. Don't overlook these. Acknowledge them. Celebrate them. They reinforce the expectation and strengthen the broadcast. This is how you become a conscious participant in reality selection. You stop waiting to see what happens and start influencing what happens through what you expect. It's not about predicting the future. It's about aligning with a version of it that already exists in potential. You are not begging the universe for a better outcome. You are becoming the version of yourself who lives that outcome as normal. That version doesn't expect struggle. They expect alignment. They don't hope things might work out. They assume they will and act accordingly. And the universe, through the quantum field, responds with precision. Because expectation is not passive. It is a signal, and reality always listens. There's a space in your mind where limits dissolve. In that space, you can feel what hasn't happened, see what doesn't exist, and experience moments no one else can verify. That space is called imagination, and it might be far more than a playground for creativity. It might be the access point to something real, something already happening. In the quantum framework, imagination is not just daydreaming. It's interaction. It is a conscious interface with alternate versions of reality that already exist. Let's start with this. Your brain doesn't distinguish between what's real and what's vividly imagined. This has been proven in neuroscience again and again. When you visualize an experience with enough clarity and emotional depth, your brain activates the same neural pathways as if the experience were physically happening. That means imagination creates a real biological response. But it doesn't stop at the brain. Because when you imagine something emotionally and repeatedly, you alter your electromagnetic field. Your thoughts generate signals. Your emotions give those signals depth and charge. And your imagination fuses the two into a potent frequency broadcast. This frequency does not stay inside your head. It interacts with the quantum field, the space of pure potential that holds every possible version of you and your life. So when you imagine a different reality, you're not escaping your current one. You're aligning with another version of existence that already exists within the field. One that you may begin to access not in theory, but in lived experience if your frequency stays aligned with it long enough. This is why certain visualizations don't just uplift, they shift. You're not pretending, you're tuning in. Think of each potential version of you as existing on a different frequency, like radio stations playing simultaneously. You can't hear them all at once, but you can switch channels. Imagination is the tuner. It lets you sense, feel, and even preview realities beyond the one you're physically experiencing. But most people misuse imagination. They use it to rehearse worry, replay trauma, or predict failure. They envision worst-case scenarios over and over until those mental movies become familiar and reality responds. Because the quantum field doesn't reward imagination based on positivity. It reflects what is most dominant in your energy system. And if fear is the main program running in your imagination, then the signal being sent is one of contraction and resistance. You don't get what you want. You get what you're tuned to. Now flip that. When you begin to imagine from the energy of curiosity, gratitude, and emotional truth, something powerful happens. Your internal environment changes first, your biology, your perception, your behavior. Then, the outer environment starts to reorganize itself to match. This is not fantasy. It's frequency mechanics. Let's take a closer look. Say you imagine yourself living in full alignment with the career, relationship, health, and confidence that feel like your highest expression. And you don't just see it. You feel it. You engage with it. You repeat it not as a wish, but as an inner truth. With each repetition, you create a deeper imprint in the brain. You change your nervous system's default settings. You signal to your body, this is safe. This is familiar. This is who I am becoming. The more vividly you imagine this reality, and the more emotion you bring into the scene, the more your subconscious begins to believe it. And when the subconscious accepts a belief, it modifies your energy field to match. That shift becomes a new magnetic field around your body, one that speaks to the quantum universe. And the universe replies by highlighting, drawing in, and synchronizing with the version of reality that matches the signal. This isn't fiction. It's resonance. But here's the nuance most people miss. The key is not to imagine to escape your current state, but to imagine from within the reality you're tuning to. If you imagine with desperation, longing, or resistance, the signal becomes unstable. The field interprets lack, not creation. But if you imagine with fullness, with the embodied knowing that what you're visualizing is already energetically true, the field responds. Your body relaxes. Your behavior shifts. Your decisions change. You no longer chase the reality. You begin to live from it. And this changes everything. Because then imagination stops being a retreat and becomes a rehearsal. You start preparing your nervous system to receive what's already yours in the quantum field. You act as the version of you who belongs in that timeline. You expect confirmation. You respond to small synchronicities with confidence. You stop questioning your direction. You're no longer hoping. You're harmonizing. And when that happens, time becomes irrelevant. Because in the field, all timelines exist now. The only thing that separates you from the life you want is the frequency you emit in the present. So how do you use imagination as a portal? Start with clarity. Vague desires create vague frequencies. Craft a specific inner scene. One where you're already living the outcome. Not striving. Not convincing. Being. See where you are. Hear what surrounds you. Feel it in your body. Then amplify the emotion. Not just excitement, but familiarity, comfort, ease, as if this reality is already part of your memory. Repeat this process often, not as a task, but as a reprogramming ritual. Do it when you wake up, before you sleep, or anytime your energy drops. Let imagination recalibrate your signal. Over time, you'll feel something shift. First internally, more certainty, more flow, fewer doubts. Then externally, random events that match your vision, people that reflect your new state, opportunities you once felt blocked from. This is not a game of chance. It's energetic causation. You imagined it. You became it. And the field responded. So let go of the belief that imagination is childish or unrealistic. It's not an escape. It's access. It's your interface with the versions of reality you haven't lived yet. And the more you visit them through your inner world, the more likely they are to emerge in your outer one. Because the field is always listening, and imagination is how you speak its language. Your subconscious is not mysterious. It's structured. It's ordered. It runs patterns, most of them inherited, automatic, and deeply repetitive. And just like a quantum system, it doesn't need to understand what it's doing to execute the code you've given it. It just runs the program, over and over again. Most people live as if their subconscious is unchangeable. But that's an illusion, one reinforced by repetition, not reality. The truth is, your subconscious can be programmed. And when you understand how to use consciousness as input, it starts working like quantum code, executing instructions without question, reshaping perception, behavior, and ultimately outcomes. Let's begin here. The subconscious mind is not creative. It is obedient. It doesn't argue. It doesn't filter. It accepts what is repeated, emotional, and believed. That's the rule set. The more a thought or emotion is repeated, especially when backed by strong feeling, the deeper it embeds into the subconscious operating system. Think of it like a high-speed server. It handles 95% of your decisions, emotions, and automatic reactions. Only a small fraction of your behavior is consciously chosen. The rest runs beneath your awareness, shaped by early programming, emotional conditioning, and self-concepts formed long ago. So if your life feels stuck in repetitive loops, it's not because you're unlucky. It's because your subconscious is executing code that hasn't been rewritten. Here's where quantum consciousness becomes essential. Quantum systems respond to frequency, coherence, and observation. So does the subconscious. It reacts most strongly to focused awareness, to emotionally charged repetition, and to coherent states where thought, feeling, and intention align. This is how you begin to rewrite the code. Not with force, not with blind positivity, but with deliberate emotional programming carried out at the right times in the right state. Let's walk through the method. Step 1. Access the gateway. Your subconscious is most open when brainwaves are in the theta range. That's the state between wakefulness and sleep. It's the realm of deep relaxation, light trance, and hypnagogic imagery. This state is not exotic. You pass through it twice every day. Once as you fall asleep, and again as you wake up. In this state, the critical filter of the conscious mind weakens. Resistance drops. You're not analyzing or debating. You're receptive. This is your window for installation. That's why nighttime rituals are so important. Not because they're mystical, but because they coincide with ideal neurological conditions for subconscious access. You don't need a complex script. You need consistency, clarity, and emotional resonance. Step 2. Install the code. Choose a thought, belief, or internal statement that matches the reality you want to live. This must not be wishful. It must be present tense and identity-based. Don't say, "I will be successful." Say, "I am aligned with success." Don't say, "I want peace." Say, "I am grounded and calm." The subconscious doesn't process future tense longing. It registers energetic statements of being. As you repeat this belief, pair it with elevated emotion. Feel it as true, not hope, certainty. This emotional component is the carrier wave. Without emotion, the statement is flat. With emotion, it becomes a signal. Step 3. Override the old code. Here's the challenge. Your old programming is still active. It's been reinforced for years, maybe decades, and it won't vanish after one session. But here's what will happen. The new program, when repeated consistently, begins to create interference patterns. These interfere with the old signal. Eventually, the brain begins pruning neural connections associated with the old belief. It literally rewires your subconscious network. At the same time, new pathways form, supporting new responses, thoughts, and behaviors. This is neuroplasticity in action, and it's activated by conscious repetition. But the key isn't just doing it once or twice. The code becomes permanent through consistency. That's how the quantum field works. That's how the subconscious mind works. It's the stability of the signal that determines which pattern dominates. Step 4. Align behavior with the new code. Belief without action creates static. You can repeat affirmations every night, but if you wake up and act from the old programming, the subconscious gets confused. It doesn't know which code to follow. That's why micro-behaviors matter. If you're reprogramming for confidence, your posture, voice, and presence must reflect confidence. If you're installing a success identity, your daily actions, even small ones, must reflect alignment with that success. It's not about achieving huge external results immediately. It's about consistency between internal identity and external expression. The subconscious locks in identity through behavior. Repeated congruence tells it, This is who I am now. Step 5. Use feedback from the field. As your subconscious reprogramming stabilizes, you'll start to notice feedback from the external world. People treat you differently. Opportunities show up. You feel less resistance. These are signs that your internal broadcast has shifted, and the field is mirroring back your new signal. Acknowledge these moments. They are confirmation. They help reinforce the new code. The more you recognize this feedback, the more confident your subconscious becomes in holding the new identity. But remember, this is not about force. It's about frequency. You're not pushing the field into compliance. You're sending clear, repeated instructions based on energetic alignment. And both your subconscious and the quantum field are responding the way they're designed to. Here's what's remarkable. Once a new program locks in, it doesn't just shift one part of your life. It becomes a root update. It shifts how you interpret reality. It modifies what you see as possible. It changes what you attract and what you repel. Why? Because your subconscious is your interface with the field. It's not just a storage unit for memories. It's the transmitter of your dominant signal. The clearer that signal becomes, the more powerfully it shapes reality. You're not here to struggle against your past programming. You're here to upgrade it. And the tools are simple. Enter the right brain state. Speak truth to the subconscious. Charge it with emotion. Repeat with consistency. Align your behavior. Watch for evidence. It's not overnight magic, but it's fast, and it's real, because the subconscious doesn't resist new instructions. It simply runs the code you give it, especially when that code is coherent, emotional, and repeated during states of receptivity. So stop feeding it random inputs. Program it like quantum code, and let your life reflect the upgrade. There's a version of you that already has what you seek. A version who has made the decisions you haven't made yet. Who feels the confidence, clarity, health, wealth, love, and alignment you've only begun to sense. This version is not imaginary. It exists as a frequency pattern in the quantum field, just as real as the one you currently embody. The question isn't whether that version is real. The question is, can you reach them? This is the foundation of what's become known as quantum jumping, the practice of shifting your conscious identity from your current self to a more aligned version, using intention, frequency, and coherent internal states. It's not metaphor. It's not fantasy. It's the practical application of how parallel timelines work when observed through the lens of quantum possibility. In the quantum field, all versions of you already exist. You don't need to create a better version of yourself. You need to shift your awareness into resonance with the one that's already aligned. That's the jump, and it doesn't require dramatic action. It requires internal coherence. Start here. Identity is a frequency. You think it's a list of traits, memories, or roles, but on the quantum level, identity is a stable signal. It's made up of your beliefs, your self-image, your emotional patterns, and your dominant focus. When you tune into a specific identity, everything else, your thoughts, your behavior, your results, begins to match it. So if you want to change your life, you don't change what you do first. You change who you are being. Let's break down the process of quantum jumping into 5 clear stages. Stage 1. Define the target identity. Before any shift can happen, you must become precise about the version of yourself you're tuning into. Vague goals create vague results. Be specific. Who is this version of you? How do they feel when they wake up? What do they believe about themselves? How do they speak? What choices are effortless for them? Don't just list achievements. Describe the state of being. You're not chasing the outcome. You're aligning with the mindset, the frequency, and the emotional baseline of that version of yourself. Stage 2. Collapse the current anchor. Your current identity feels real because you've rehearsed it thousands of times. You think the same thoughts, feel the same emotions, make the same choices. This is called identity momentum, and it keeps you locked into the version of reality that matches your current signal. To jump, you must interrupt the pattern. Start observing the default beliefs and behaviors of your current self. Don't judge them, just see them. The moment you see them clearly, they lose power. They stop being invisible code and become editable. Then challenge them. Ask, Is this identity helping me tune to my desired timeline, or anchoring me in the old one? Awareness is the first collapse. Stage 3. Activate the target frequency. This is the jump. Using visualization, emotional rehearsal, and intentional thought, begin to activate the state of being associated with your target identity. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply. Picture yourself already living from that version of you. Hear what they hear. Feel what they feel. Experience it not as a distant dream, but as a current reality in the field. Then hold the emotional state. This is critical. The emotional signature is what carries the frequency. You are not thinking about the version of you. You are thinking from them. The more you can hold that frequency, fully and clearly, the more your nervous system begins to accept it. The more your subconscious believes it's real. And the more the field around you starts to reorganize. Not because you forced it, because you tuned into it. Stage 4. Embody through microactions. Shifting into a new identity isn't complete until it's grounded in action. What choices would the new version of you make? What habits would feel natural? What behaviors are no longer necessary? Begin practicing these shifts immediately, even in small ways. Walk differently. Speak more confidently. Make one decision from your new identity. Even small actions signal to your body and brain, this is real now. The quantum field responds most powerfully to coherence. Thought, emotion, and action aligned. That's the signal that creates momentum. When your outer behavior reflects your inner frequency, the jump becomes stable. You're not visiting the new version, you're integrating them. Stage 5. Stabilize the timeline. Just because you've made the jump doesn't mean you won't be tempted to slip back. Old identity patterns are deeply ingrained. That's why stabilization is essential. You do this through repetition and regulation. Repetition. Return to your new identity daily. Visualize it. Feel it. Embody it again and again until it becomes second nature. Regulation. When challenges arise, and they will, don't interpret them as failure. They are tests of alignment. Use them as opportunities to practice staying in your new frequency, even when the old timeline tries to pull you back. Every time you stay regulated, centered, and aligned, you strengthen the new pattern. And the longer you hold it, the more your reality reflects it. Now here's what surprises most people. Quantum jumping often doesn't feel dramatic. Feels natural. That's how you know it's working. You're not becoming someone else. You're becoming someone more you than you've ever allowed yourself to be. Because this entire time, that version of you has already existed in the field, waiting for you to match their signal. The jump isn't about escaping your life. It's about choosing the version of you that knows how to live it with clarity, intention, and truth. You don't need to wait for the right timing. You don't need to fix your entire past. You don't need to earn the shift. You only need to choose the identity you want to experience and start living from it now. Because the moment you shift your frequency, the field begins rearranging reality around the new you, not because you demanded it, because you became it. It happens without warning. A familiar feeling washes over you. You look around, and everything, every sound, sight, and movement, feels like it's already happened. But you know it hasn't. Not in this reality. Not in this timeline. This is déjà vu. And while science often brushes it off as a memory misfire or a trick of perception, something deeper might be happening. Something that points not to a glitch but to an overlap in timelines. A subtle, yet undeniable moment where your consciousness touches another version of reality. In the classical explanation, déjà vu is reduced to a neural delay, a split-second lag between perception and memory that creates the illusion of recognition. That theory works on paper, but it doesn't explain the emotional intensity that often comes with the experience. It doesn't explain the certainty, the stillness, the sense of energetic importance many feel when it strikes. Because what if déjà vu isn't a mistake at all? What if it's a signal? In the quantum framework, where all possibilities exist simultaneously, timelines aren't linear. They are layers running in parallel. Each choice you don't make still plays out on another track. Each possibility you didn't follow continues to exist, just outside your conscious perception. Déjà vu in this model may be a moment when your consciousness brushes against one of those parallel versions. A moment when two timelines momentarily synchronize, and your awareness picks up on something already experienced by another version of you. Not imagined, not remembered, accessed. It's like a ripple across dimensions, an echo of experience caught between layers of reality. And this isn't just theoretical. Research into quantum entanglement shows that particles, once connected, can influence each other instantly, regardless of distance. If physical matter can remain connected across space, is it such a stretch to believe that versions of you can remain connected across timelines? Your consciousness is not limited to a single thread of time. It is a field, and fields don't have edges. They overlap, they resonate, they bleed into each other. So when you experience déjà vu, it may be a brief synchronization with another version of yourself, one that already walked the road you're now on, one that already stood in that place, thought that thought, had that conversation. The familiarity is real because you have experienced it, just not here, not in this version. This leads to something powerful. Déjà vu may be a message, a marker, a confirmation that you're crossing into alignment with a previously inaccessible path, a quantum handshake between timelines. But what triggers it? Often, it happens when you're in a high state of receptivity, relaxed, open, present. In these moments, the mind stops filtering everything through logic and control. You become more sensitive to subtle energy. Your awareness expands, and that expansion allows for overlap. It can also occur after a decision point, a choice that shifts your direction. The moment you choose differently than your past patterns, you initiate a potential timeline shift. Déjà vu may arise as your consciousness stabilizes in that new direction. A signal that you've stepped off the familiar loop and into new territory, even if your surroundings look the same. So instead of dismissing these moments, what if you started paying attention to them? What if you treated them not as glitches, but as confirmation codes? They often carry a strange clarity, a flash of knowing that something is significant, even if you can't explain why. That clarity can be used. When you feel it, pause, tune in, ask yourself, what am I aligning with? What shift just occurred? What thought, emotion, or decision may have moved me into this new resonance? Because here's the deeper layer. Déjà vu may not just be a result of timelines brushing against each other. It may also be a byproduct of conscious awareness moving between them. You are not static. Your consciousness is mobile. And when your internal state shifts enough, when your identity changes, your emotional baseline elevates, your focus becomes coherent. You stop resonating with your current timeline and begin syncing with another. From the outside, it may look like nothing has changed. But internally, your energy signature is no longer the same. And when your signal changes, the quantum field begins matching you to new experiences. Déjà vu, then, becomes the moment your system adjusts to the new resonance. You're not remembering the past. You're recognizing the frequency of an alternate now. Let's go even further. If déjà vu is an access point, can it be used intentionally? Yes, but not by chasing the sensation. By cultivating the conditions that make you sensitive to timeline shifts. Start with presence. When your mind is racing, scattered, or obsessed with the past or future, it stays locked in a narrow version of reality. But when you become deeply present, when you breathe consciously, observe without reaction, and release attachment, you expand. You loosen your grip on the current timeline and allow other versions to become visible. Next, tune your emotional state. Elevated emotions like gratitude, curiosity, and openness create resonance. They expand your energy field and make you more receptive to quantum feedback. These are the states where timeline awareness increases, and déjà vu becomes more frequent, not less. Finally, listen. Don't overanalyze the moment. Let it speak. Let it guide. Often, déjà vu is followed by synchronicity, intuition, or spontaneous insight. It's not a full download. It's an invitation. And if you treat it as such, you may start receiving more than recognition, you may start receiving guidance. Because in the quantum model, all versions of you are connected. The self who has already moved through this challenge, this opportunity, this crossroads, they're not distant. They are accessible through intention, focus, and frequency alignment. Déjà vu is not an accident. It's a thread, and when you follow it inward, it doesn't lead to the past. It leads to possibility. So the next time you feel that sudden familiarity, stop, feel it, ground yourself in it. Don't push it away. Ask, what's unfolding right now that I'm meant to recognize? Because your consciousness is moving, and the field is showing you the evidence, not of a glitch, but of a shift. Some moments stretch endlessly, others vanish in an instant. A joyful hour can feel like seconds. A minute of anxiety can feel like an eternity. This isn't just perception, it's physics intersecting with feeling. Time, as we experience it, is not fixed. It's elastic, and one of the most powerful forces that stretches or contracts your sense of time is emotion. This goes beyond the cliché that time flies when you're having fun. At the deepest levels of your biology and your energy field, emotion affects how time flows through you and how you move through time. Let's start with the foundation. Einstein's theory of relativity showed that time is not absolute. It varies depending on motion and gravity. Two observers moving at different speeds can experience different durations of time. Clocks tick slower under intense gravity. Time itself becomes fluid under specific conditions. But relativity isn't limited to physical speed. Internal states also influence your time perception. Your heart rate, your breath, your brainwave patterns all shift based on your emotional experience. And those shifts change your relationship to time. In high-stress states, your body floods with cortisol and adrenaline. Your awareness narrows. Your breath shortens. Your brain switches into survival mode. Everything feels slower, heavier, and more distorted. You're processing more detail, more data, but you feel trapped in time. In contrast, elevated emotions, love, joy, awe, flow, slow down the mental noise and open awareness. Brain and heart become synchronized. You become less fixated on the clock and more immersed in the moment. In these states, time dissolves. It doesn't feel like it's speeding up or slowing down. It feels nonlinear. That's the doorway to quantum time. Because in the quantum world, time is not a straight line. It doesn't progress neatly from past to future. All time exists simultaneously. The past is encoded in memory. The future exists as potential. And the present is where both can be accessed. Emotion determines how fully you access the present. In states of regret or guilt, you mentally drag the past into now. In anxiety or fear, you project an imagined future onto this moment. Emotion bends your focus, and focus determines how time is felt and how potential is activated. Now let's go deeper. Experiments in neuroscience and consciousness research show that under certain emotional states, especially those associated with flow, the brain shifts into what's called transient hypofrontality. The part of the brain responsible for tracking time and maintaining linear thought quiets down. You're not thinking about the past or future. You're simply in it. Athletes, artists, meditators, and visionaries describe this as time stopping or everything slowing down. They're not hallucinating. They're experiencing the elasticity of time as emotion aligns their biology with the present moment. This alignment isn't just pleasant. It's powerful, because the present moment is where all timelines intersect. It's the launchpad for conscious creation, and emotion is the ignition. Your emotional state tells the quantum field how coherent you are. High coherence, where your heart and brain are in sync, sends a strong, stable signal. That signal alters what probabilities collapse into experience. And it also bends your experience of time. This is why emotional regulation is not just a mental health tool. It's a timeline tool. When you shift your emotional frequency, you shift which versions of time you experience. You slow down, speed up, or even escape time, not physically but energetically. This is also why high-stress states lead to burnout. They're not just exhausting, they trap you in a warped, linear time loop. You feel like there's never enough time. You're racing the clock. Your perception becomes rigid, your creativity collapses, and you repeat the same time-constrained behaviors. But when you enter elevated emotional states, time opens. You experience more flow in less time. Opportunities seem to appear faster. Decisions become clearer. You're no longer racing through time. You're moving in sync with it. So how do you apply this? First, observe your emotional patterns throughout the day. What emotional states are you living in most often? Track how those emotions affect your perception of time. Are you rushing? Are you bored? Are you scattered? Are you present? Second, use breath to anchor your biology. Your breath is the most direct tool for shifting emotional state. Long, slow, rhythmic breathing activates the parasympathetic nervous system. This creates internal coherence. Your heart rate steadies. Your brainwaves smooth. Time begins to soften. Third, cultivate elevated emotion on purpose. You don't need a reason to feel joy, gratitude, or love. These are states you can summon at will. Visualization, music, movement, or focused attention on what's working can trigger these emotions. And when they're sustained, they bend time around your awareness. Fourth, notice when you're entering a flow state. These are the moments when time disappears. Don't rush through them. Don't interrupt them with distraction. Let them expand. That expansion is your signal that your consciousness is synchronizing with a higher timeline. And finally, stop worshiping the clock. Yes, time matters. Schedules exist. But your relationship to time is more important than the numbers on your phone. If you always feel like time is against you, you're broadcasting stress to the field. If you carry a belief that there's never enough time, the quantum field echoes it back. Instead, shift to a new mantra. Time expands for me when I'm aligned, because it does. When your thoughts, emotions, and actions match a high-frequency identity, you move through time differently. You don't race. You resonate. And that resonance is what creates results faster. Not because you forced them, but because you aligned with a timeline where those results already exist. So next time you feel trapped in urgency, pause. Ask yourself, what emotion am I feeding into this moment? Then breathe, reset, and choose a different feeling, not because it's positive, but because it creates flow. Emotion is your internal clock. It tells the field what kind of time you're living in. And it tells your system which version of now you're ready to experience. You don't need more hours. You need more alignment. Because in the quantum world, emotion is more than a feeling. It's a frequency. And that frequency is how you move through time. You appear to be here, one body, one mind, one personality, walking through a single thread of time. That's the appearance. But the deeper truth may be far more complex. Because if consciousness is non-local, if reality is layered and quantum, and if parallel versions of you are active in the field, then you are not limited to a single point of awareness. You are not just in this reality. You are streaming into it, which means you are already multidimensional. This doesn't require special abilities or advanced spiritual training. It's not a future achievement. It's a current condition, hidden only by how narrowly your focus has been trained to operate. Let's start with the concept of dimensionality. In physics, dimensions are not just places, they are states of measurement. Height, width, depth, and time define our familiar 3D reality. But modern science, especially in quantum mechanics and string theory, suggests there are additional dimensions, layers of space, energy, and experience stacked on top of each other. These dimensions may not be distant. They may be overlaid, existing simultaneously but accessed by different frequencies of awareness. You are not locked in one layer. You are perceiving from one layer. The rest are still operating whether or not you pay attention. Your consciousness is the key. You experience this every day in subtle ways. Intuition, synchronicity, déjà vu, spontaneous insight, vivid dreams, strong emotion. These are all moments when your awareness brushes against higher or alternate dimensions. They aren't anomalies. They're glimpses. But society trains perception to stay flat, to fixate on the physical, the visible, the measurable. This narrow focus creates the illusion that your identity is limited to the body, to the brain, to the immediate environment. That's not the case. Your awareness is not a product of the body, it's filtered through the body. And the body is just one receiver among many. It translates only a fraction of the data available to you at any moment. Consider this: when you're focused in stress, fear, or survival, your perception collapses. You zoom in. You lose the big picture. Your dimensional access contracts. But when you relax into presence, when you expand into gratitude, awe, love, your awareness opens. You begin to sense more. And that expanded sensing is access to multidimensional self. Let's get more specific. Your multidimensionality expresses through 3 active channels: awareness, identity, and frequency. Awareness is your ability to observe more than one level at a time. You can notice your thoughts while you're thinking them. You can feel emotion and simultaneously choose how to respond. You can have a dream that reveals insight your waking self hasn't yet discovered. This is not imagination. It's layered perception. Identity is the recognition that you are not fixed. The version of you listening to this now is not the same one from yesterday, or even this morning. And beyond the shifts in mood or thought, there are parallel selves in the field, each carrying different qualities, trajectories, and timelines. Your ability to tune into a different identity at will is a sign of multidimensional access. Frequency is how you travel. You don't move between dimensions with the body. You move with emotion, belief, and coherence. When you shift your frequency, you shift which version of you becomes dominant and which version of reality becomes available. Think of dimensions like radio stations. All frequencies exist now, but your dial, your state of being, determines what you receive. You can tune into fear or wisdom, limitation or expansion, noise or signal. And this tuning doesn't happen once. It happens every moment. So ask yourself, what version of you is most active right now? Is it the reactive one shaped by memory and fear? Or the observer, grounded in clarity and response? Is it the linear self, bound by time and identity? Or the multidimensional self, sensing beyond the immediate and receiving input from unseen sources? These aren't philosophical questions. They determine your access to resources, guidance, and timelines. Because when you identify only with the body-mind self, you are drawing from a narrow bandwidth. Your power is limited to what you know and what you can do. But when you begin to identify as multidimensional, you open the channel. You start receiving input that feels like intuition, but is actually cross-dimensional awareness. You get hunches, ideas, and perspectives that didn't come from memory. They came from you, just not the version of you rooted in this moment. This is how visionaries, inventors, and creatives access insights beyond logic. They're not just smart. They're tuned in. They've learned how to enter altered states. Sometimes through meditation, sometimes through movement, sometimes through sheer emotional flow, and access information from other dimensional layers of the self. This also explains spontaneous healing, quantum leaps in behavior, and sudden shifts in identity. They're not random. They're access points. Moments when someone bypassed the 3D identity and accessed a self who already held the outcome. You don't have to wait for those moments to occur randomly. You can practice them. Start by expanding your self-concept. Stop saying, "I'm just this." Start saying, "I am more than I've yet accessed." Then build practices that tune your frequency. Stillness, breath, visualization, journaling, movement. Each of these, when done with intention, can shift your state. Not into something new, but into something real that already exists within you. Next, observe your dreams and daydreams. They are not noise. They are data. Often, they're communications from dimensions of self that your waking awareness has not yet integrated. Treat them with respect. Let them guide you. Also, start paying attention to the thoughts that don't feel like yours, but carry clarity and peace. These often emerge from higher aspects of consciousness, not from the noisy ego, but from the version of you that sees more, knows more, loves more. That version is not distant. It is layered into your field, waiting for attention, waiting for alignment. You are already multidimensional. The question is, how much of that truth are you willing to live? Because every time you respond instead of react, every time you create instead of copy, every time you listen instead of control, you're operating from a higher layer of self, not as fantasy, as function. You're not becoming multidimensional. You're remembering that you are. And the more you remember, the more reality bends to match the version of you who sees more than just this layer, who senses time, space, and self as flexible, fluid, and fractal. Because you were never meant to be one version of you. You were meant to be a field of selves, coherent, conscious, connected. There are moments when you sense a connection you can't explain. You think of someone and they message you. You feel a shift in the energy of a room before anything happens. You walk into a space and know instantly whether it holds peace or conflict. These aren't accidents. They are signs of a deeper reality, one where everything is connected, even across space and time. This isn't just intuition or mysticism. It's backed by one of the most mysterious and experimentally confirmed phenomena in quantum physics: entanglement. Entanglement refers to what happens when two particles become linked in such a way that the state of one immediately affects the state of the other, no matter how far apart they are. Change one, and the other responds instantly, even across vast distances. This challenges every classical idea of separation. No force travels between the particles. The change is not delayed by distance. Somehow, the particles act as one, even though they appear to be two. Now consider this: your body is made of those same particles. So is your mind. So is the energy that forms your thoughts, emotions, and intentions. If particles can remain entangled, why not people? Why not consciousness? The ancient traditions always said it: we are not separate. We are one field, expressed in many forms. Quantum entanglement may finally be the language modern science needed to understand this truth. So let's bring this down to where it matters. You are not disconnected from others, not energetically, not emotionally, not spiritually. Every close relationship you've ever had, every intense emotional exchange, every moment of love, trauma, or truth creates a kind of energetic link. Not in metaphor, in structure. You become entangled. That doesn't mean you're bound forever. It means that a part of your system, your awareness, your field, remains open to that connection. And through that channel, energy still moves. This explains why you can feel someone thinking about you, why you pick up on their mood without words, why a memory of them can suddenly shift your entire emotional state. It's not just psychological. It's energetic feedback through an entangled connection. You can sense when someone's energy is expanding or collapsing, even if they're across the world. You can dream about them the night before they call. You can feel their joy or grief long before a message arrives. These aren't coincidences. They are the physics of unity playing out through consciousness. Entanglement isn't limited to people. It happens with places, objects, even timelines. That's why certain environments feel immediately familiar, or why touching a meaningful object brings back an entire emotional landscape. Your field remembers. Your energy recognizes the pattern because it's entangled with it. Now let's take this further. If everything is energy and energy is entangled, then you're not just connected to the people you know. You're connected to everything. This is why collective consciousness is real. It's why mass meditations can alter measurable fields. It's why global events create waves of emotional energy that affect people who aren't watching the news or aware of the details. You are inside the field, and the field is inside you, which means your state of being affects more than just your own life. It influences others. It influences space. It influences the collective field. You are always radiating, always receiving, always contributing. This isn't meant to overwhelm. It's meant to empower. Because once you realize you're not isolated, you stop acting like you're alone. You start paying attention to the quality of energy you send into the field. You start realizing that your healing helps others, that your clarity gives space for others to rise, that your love adds weight to the invisible grid of peace we're all trying to hold together. You stop asking, "What difference can I make?" and start knowing, every shift in me shifts the field. So how do you work with entanglement consciously? Start by observing your connections. Where is your energy still linked? What relationships still affect your state? Past or present? Not just the obvious ones, the subtle ones too. Emotional contracts, unconscious bonds, patterns you feel but can't name. Bring them into awareness. Then check the frequency. Is this connection draining you or expanding you? Is it based on fear, guilt, control, or truth, respect, resonance? Because entanglement doesn't mean attachment. You can be connected to someone without needing to hold on. In fact, the cleanest energy flows through unblocked, non-resistant channels. The moment you try to control what moves through the connection, you distort the signal. So begin practicing conscious detachment, not from love, but from entanglement that no longer serves your expansion. Release the need to fix or manage someone else's frequency. Reclaim your center. Your field becomes clearer when you stop carrying what isn't yours. Next, begin forming intentional entanglements. This means choosing who and what you connect to based on resonance, not habit. Connect with those who amplify your clarity, who honor your growth, who match your values and your frequency. These relationships don't need control. They flow with mutual presence. They feed you, not drain you. They remind you of your wholeness, not your wounds. And when you're in those relationships, notice how time disappears. Notice how inspiration flows more easily, how silence feels safe. That's coherence through connection. That's quantum unity expressing as relationship. Now here's the deeper layer. You can entangle with versions of yourself. The healed you, the confident you, the creative, clear, joyful, successful you. Every time you visualize that version of you, not as fiction but as real, you strengthen your entanglement with that timeline. You start receiving downloads from that field. You act from it, feel from it, align with it. The more time you spend in that resonance, the stronger the quantum link becomes. And the field responds, not with magic, with alignment. So stop acting like you're separate. You're not. You are an expression of one unified field. You are entangled with every choice, every version, every heartbeat, every soul you've ever touched. You're not broadcasting into silence. You are always heard, and the echo returns. What you think, feel, and believe sends ripples into the system. So send love, send truth, send clarity, because the field is you, and you are the field. Thoughts rise and fall like waves, constant, layered, and often automatic. You go from one idea to the next, one reaction to another, without ever questioning what happens in between. But in those rare moments, when the mind goes quiet and the noise fades, something strange begins to emerge. Stillness, presence, a gap. That space between thoughts isn't empty. It's not blank. It's pure potential, the gateway to the quantum field and to a deeper dimension of self that thought alone cannot access. Most people live caught in the stream of thought, identified with the content of the mind. But you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness that notices them, and that awareness becomes most powerful when it touches the space between them. So what really happens in that space? To understand this, consider how quantum fields operate. In quantum mechanics, particles arise from a field of energy. Before becoming something specific, an electron, a photon, a molecule, they exist in a state of possibility. The field is not empty. It's filled with invisible structure, fluctuation, raw potential. Only when observation enters the equation does form emerge. Your consciousness works the same way. Thoughts are not constant. There is a microscopic gap between them. And in that gap, awareness rests in its original state, unattached, unconditioned, deeply silent. That's the quantum field of mind. From it, all thoughts arise. Into it, all thoughts dissolve. The more aware you become of that space, the more influence you gain, not just over your thoughts, but over the reality they shape. Because here's what most people never learn. The most potent frequency you can emit doesn't come from frantic thinking or mental analysis. It comes from stillness. When your mind quiets, your signal becomes clear. When there's no resistance, the field aligns. And when you enter the space between thoughts consciously, you begin to transmit from the deepest part of you, the part not shaped by memory, identity, or fear. This is why deep meditation, prayer, or silence can trigger insight, healing, and transformation. It's not that those practices generate new data. They reveal what was already in the field, only hidden by the noise. The space between thoughts is a portal. It doesn't carry a timeline. It doesn't hold an identity. It is the timeless, formless field where everything becomes possible again. But you don't have to meditate for hours to find it. You only need to pause, to stop grasping for the next idea, the next solution, the next fix. And in that pause, to become aware, not of what you're thinking, but of what's underneath the thinking. Try it now. Let your next thought come. Then notice the moment before it appears. That gap, that flicker of stillness, is the entrance. And in that entrance, there is no pressure, no goal, no resistance. There is only being. This isn't emptiness, the spaciousness. It's the pure awareness that holds every version of you, every possibility, every timeline, without needing to control any of it. From that space, creativity flows. From that space, intuition arises. From that space, timelines shift, because it's the only place where you're not reinforcing the old ones. Let's go deeper. The space between thoughts is not just psychological, it's physiological. When you're caught in thought loops, your nervous system remains activated. You stay in beta brainwave states, analytical, reactive, mentally scattered. But when you enter silence, even briefly, your brain begins to shift. Alpha waves emerge. Then theta. Your breath slows. Your heart rate steadies. Your energy field expands. You are no longer transmitting static. You are broadcasting signal. Clear, focused, receptive. That's when the quantum field starts moving. You've stopped sending contradictory information. You've become aligned. This is why manifestation becomes more powerful when it follows silence. You don't manifest from overthinking. You manifest from alignment with the field. And that alignment begins with stillness. You don't need to escape your thoughts forever. That's not the goal. The goal is to find the space within them, and to know that space is you. You are not the chatter. You are the field that holds the chatter. You are not the story. You are the space that makes the story possible. From that space you can choose. You can think deliberately. You can feel clearly. You can receive what the mind could never invent. This is also where healing occurs. Because most emotional pain is reinforced by thought. I'm not enough. I should be further along. This will never change. But when you enter the space between thoughts, even for a few seconds, the narrative dissolves. And in its place is stillness, acceptance, peace. Not because you solved the problem, but because you stopped rehearsing it. You let the system reset. You let the field reorganize itself. And that reorganization is where transformation begins. So here's the practice. Several times a day, pause. Even for just 10 seconds. Notice the moment between thoughts. Don't force it. Don't chase it. Just rest in the space. Let the mind quiet itself. Let the field open. Let your frequency reset. If a thought arises, that's fine. See it. Acknowledge it. Then return to the space. The more often you do this, the more access you gain. Not just to calm, but to clarity, to truth, to power that doesn't come from pushing, but from presence. Because the space between thoughts is not nothing. It's everything. It's where the mind ends and consciousness begins. It's where the self stops and the field starts. And once you touch it regularly, you'll notice something amazing. You start thinking more clearly. You speak with more resonance. You act from inner knowing, not external fear. And you begin attracting experiences that match the stillness inside. Not chaos, not drama, but coherence. Because you are no longer living from the surface of mind. You are living from the depth of awareness. From the space where thought ends. And being begins. Some shapes feel alive. You've seen them in ancient temples, in nature, in visions, and even buried deep in your dreams. A spiral, a circle, a hexagon, a triangle within a square. These aren't random artistic designs. They're messages, vibrational keys, reflections of a deeper architecture. This is the realm of sacred geometry. It's the study of symbols and forms that carry energetic meaning beyond visual appeal. These forms appear across cultures, ages, and dimensions. They show up in ancient Egypt, Hindu mandalas, Islamic art, and Celtic carvings. They repeat in plants, snowflakes, galaxies, and atoms. And they don't just symbolize truth, they transmit it. Sacred geometry is not metaphorical. It is vibrational language. Each shape, angle, and pattern is an expression of frequency, and frequency is the foundation of the quantum field. So how do symbols and geometry connect to the quantum world? Let's begin with the basics. In the quantum model, everything is vibration. Every atom, every photon, every particle is in constant motion. The way these vibrations interact creates patterns, and those patterns are often geometric. When sound moves through matter, it creates structure. This has been demonstrated in cymatics, where sound frequencies vibrate sand or water into intricate geometric forms. Different tones create different shapes, but always with symmetry, proportion, and harmony. This reveals something powerful. Geometry is frozen vibration. This is how frequency becomes form. Now apply that to consciousness. If your thoughts and emotions emit frequency, and frequency creates structure, then your internal state is constantly imprinting patterns into your energy field. Sacred symbols are tools to stabilize, focus, and amplify those patterns. That's why certain symbols feel magnetic. They hold encoded frequencies that resonate with deep layers of your awareness. When you interact with them by viewing, meditating on, or creating them, you're not just looking at shapes. You're interacting with information. You're tuning to embedded wisdom. Let's take a few of the most well-known symbols and explore what they're doing at the quantum level. The flower of life, a complex pattern made of overlapping circles, forming a perfectly symmetrical lattice. It appears in ancient temples and modern consciousness work alike. This pattern contains all the foundational geometries of the universe, the Platonic solids, the golden ratio, and even the blueprint for DNA. It's a holographic map. Meditating with it helps align your energy field with the original design of coherence. The golden ratio 1.618, found in nautilus shells, pine cones, galaxies, and the proportions of the human body. This ratio governs the flow of energy in both nature and art. It's a visual representation of efficiency and balance in form. When you create or observe objects that reflect this ratio, your system recognizes that harmony, energetically and neurologically. The spiral, from galaxies to hurricanes to the human cochlea, spirals encode growth, expansion, and evolution. They reflect how consciousness moves, not in a straight line, but in cycles that elevate. The spiral isn't just a shape. It's a map of how energy ascends through dimensions. The tetrahedron, cube, octahedron, dodecahedron, icosahedron, the 5 Platonic solids. Each is a perfectly balanced 3D shape made of identical faces, angles, and vertices. These are the building blocks of physical matter. At the atomic and molecular level, these shapes describe how energy stabilizes into form. But this isn't just about the outer world. These shapes also map your inner architecture. Your chakras, meridians, aura, and energetic templates resonate with specific geometries. When you interact with sacred symbols, you are reinforcing energetic blueprints that align your body-mind system with higher-order organization. In the quantum view, coherence is everything. When your energy is coherent, the field responds faster. Intuition sharpens. Emotion stabilizes. Manifestation accelerates. Sacred geometry acts like tuning forks, bringing discordant parts of your system back into resonance. Let's talk about symbols more broadly. The circle, wholeness, infinity, unity. There is no beginning or end. It reflects the cyclical nature of energy and time. The triangle, trinity, balance, integration. Mind, body, spirit. Past, present, future. Intention, thought, action. It stabilizes upward movement. The square, grounding, foundation, physical structure. It brings energy into matter and supports manifestation. The hexagram, also known as the Star of David or Merkaba, represents the union of opposites. The upward triangle, masculine, and downward triangle, feminine, interlock to symbolize integration of spirit and matter. In energetic work, this symbol activates the light body. When you surround yourself with these symbols, whether in art, environment, or meditation, you're engaging with nonverbal intelligence. The mind may not understand why they feel significant, but the field does. Your subconscious recognizes the code. Your cells respond. Your awareness expands. This is why ancient cultures encoded geometry into their sacred sites. It wasn't decorative. It was functional. Pyramids, Stone circles, cathedrals. They were designed to hold frequency, transmit energy, and elevate consciousness. Geometry was the technology of spiritual transmission. Now, in a quantum era, we are beginning to rediscover what those civilizations knew. That the universe is not random. It is patterned, structured, intentional, and those patterns speak. You can use this in your daily life practically. Place sacred geometry in your workspace, your meditation area, or near your body. Observe how it shifts your energy. Use mandalas to focus your mind. Let the symmetry organize your thoughts. Trace symbols with your eyes or hands. Let the shape entrain your frequency. Visualize geometric patterns when you feel scattered. Let the imagery pull your energy back into coherence. You're not just using symbols. You're working with energetic software, conscious templates that interact with the quantum field. Because the field is not just sensitive to emotion or intention. It also responds to form. And sacred geometry is the highest form of form. So remember, every time you're drawn to a symbol, every time a shape catches your attention or shows up repeatedly, it may not be random. It may be the field reminding you of a code your mind forgot. But your soul remembers. Because the truth isn't always spoken. Sometimes, it's drawn. You wake up each day into what feels like a solid world. Objects appear stable. Events seem separate. Outcomes feel outside of you. But beneath that surface is a mechanism few ever recognize. A constantly running system of feedback between your inner state and the reality you experience. This isn't metaphor. It's energetic architecture. Your reality is a mirror, a loop, a reflection of your frequency, returned to you through people, patterns, and possibilities. Not as punishment, not as karma, but as information. The quantum field doesn't send you what you want. It reflects what you are consistently broadcasting. Your thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and self-concept create a signature, a frequency pattern, that instructs the field on how to organize the probability matrix around you. Every experience becomes part of a loop. Let's break it down. You hold a belief, maybe unconsciously. That belief shapes your emotional state. Your emotions create your energy signature. That signature determines your perception. And your perception filters the data you take in from the world. From there, your behavior follows. Your choices align with your internal expectation. The result of those choices reinforces your original belief. The loop closes, and the cycle repeats. If you believe you're not seen or valued, you unconsciously shrink in social situations. People overlook you. You interpret that as proof of your original belief. The loop strengthens. If you believe abundance is scarce, you make decisions from fear. Those decisions limit your options. You struggle. The loop confirms what you feared. This isn't fate. It's pattern. But once you recognize that you're living inside a feedback loop, something changes. You stop reacting. You start observing. And observation is the first step to rewriting the loop. Now here's where the quantum field becomes central. In traditional models, we assume cause and effect move in one direction, do this, get that. But in quantum terms, your frequency doesn't just follow experience. Precedes it. You don't wait for change to feel different. You feel different to cause change. When you shift your internal state before the external reality changes, you interrupt the loop. You confuse the pattern. You send new data into the field. And the field responds because it's listening to your baseline frequency, not your conscious requests. This is why affirmations often fail. If you say, "I am worthy," while carrying the emotional imprint of shame or doubt, the field doesn't hear the words. It hears the contradiction. It continues to return experiences that reflect the deeper frequency. But when you shift the internal signal, not just mentally but emotionally, energetically, the feedback loop begins to destabilize. A new pattern starts forming. It begins subtly. A new thought, a better feeling, a shift in perception, a small but different result. That result reinforces the new state. The loop begins again. But this time, it reflects a different truth. You're not just breaking a loop. You're replacing it. So how do you recognize the loops you're in? Start by looking at repetition. What themes keep showing up in your life? Are there patterns in your relationships, finances, health, or creativity that feel stuck? Predictable? Frustrating? Those are your loops, and they are never random. Each one is a direct output of an internal configuration, a signal you may have been sending for years. The moment you see the loop not as reality, but as feedback, it stops feeling like fate. It starts feeling like data, and data can be updated. Let's walk through the reset process. Step 1. Interrupt the loop. This requires awareness. Notice when the same thought, reaction, or behavior begins to play out. Don't judge it. Just name it. This is the old loop. That naming gives you space. It weakens identification. It introduces the possibility of change. Step 2. Shift your state. Loops are driven by emotion. If you stay in the same emotional state, the same behavior follows. So instead of forcing yourself to act differently, pause and shift your energy first. Breathe deeply. Place your attention on your body. Choose a higher emotion: gratitude, openness, curiosity. Even if only for a moment, this sends a new signal into the field. Step 3. Make a micro change. Do something small but different. Say something new. Think a different thought. Take a new route. Break the pattern at the behavioral level. This doesn't need to be dramatic. One conscious shift creates a crack in the loop. That crack lets new energy in. Step 4. Stay consistent. A single shift won't hold unless it's repeated. The field responds to coherence over time. So train your nervous system to accept the new loop as safe. Practice the new thought. Reinforce the new feeling. Celebrate the new feedback, no matter how small. Over time, the old loop loses momentum, and the new one becomes dominant. Step 5. Let the field respond. Once the signal is stabilized, the field begins rearranging. People change. Opportunities show up. Patterns dissolve. You'll feel like reality is catching up with you. But in truth, it was always listening. It just needed a clear message. This is how you move from unconscious reaction to quantum creation. You stop living as a victim of circumstance. You start living as a transmitter of frequency. The feedback loop never goes away, but it becomes your tool, not your trap. You begin using reality as a mirror, not a master. Every reaction, trigger, or challenge becomes a question. What is this showing me about my signal? What belief, emotion, or expectation is being reflected? What loop am I ready to rewrite? This level of awareness is transformational. You don't need to control the outer world. You need to understand the loop. Then change the input and let the output evolve. Because in the end, you are not at the mercy of repetition. You are the architect of the feedback system. The quantum field is responsive, not to your words, but to your coherence. Not to your desires, but to your dominant frequency. So tune in, send the signal, and let the loop return what you're finally ready to receive. Every night your body rests, but something else continues. Moving, sensing, observing. You enter another world where the laws of physics bend, time dissolves, and identities shift. You fly without wings. You meet people you haven't seen in years. You solve problems you didn't know existed. And when you wake up, it fades, leaving behind fragments, symbols, and feelings that don't quite make sense. This is the realm of dreams. But it may also be something far more significant. A quantum journey across time, dimensions, and versions of self. Dreams have long been misunderstood, written off as subconscious noise or emotional residue. But modern theories in both neuroscience and quantum consciousness are beginning to hint at something deeper. That dream states are more than psychological, they are energetic events. In quantum terms, the waking world is just one layer of reality. Time and space behave in predictable ways because your consciousness is tuned to a specific frequency. But when you sleep, the tuning shifts. The brain enters altered electrical states, alpha, theta, then delta. The ego softens. The boundaries of space and time begin to blur. And in that blurring, you don't just experience memories or fantasies. You begin accessing the quantum field. Not with your logical mind, but with your non-local awareness. This explains why dreams often feel hyper-real, even though they defy physical logic. Why they contain information you didn't know you had. Why they bring insights, warnings, or solutions that only make sense after waking. You are not inventing these dreams. You are traveling. Not with the body but with consciousness. Let's go deeper. In many traditions, dreams have been seen as portals, access points to spiritual dimensions, alternate timelines, or even parallel lives. These weren't metaphors. They were teachings. Practices like dream yoga, shamanic journeying, and lucid dreaming were developed not to escape reality, but to access more of it. And those ancient systems align closely with what quantum physics now describes. In the quantum field, all potential timelines exist simultaneously. Every version of you, past, present, future, parallel, is encoded in the structure of the field. When you sleep, your awareness is no longer bound to your current identity. It begins to move fluidly across layers of possibility. This is why you can dream about events that haven't happened yet. Why you can connect with people who've passed. Why you can receive messages from versions of yourself who have already moved through the lessons you're still navigating. In dream space, linear time dissolves. The field becomes accessible, and you become mobile within it. Let's look at common dream phenomena through this lens. Precognitive dreams. You see something in a dream that later unfolds in waking life. Not as a vague impression, but with precise detail. This is not coincidence. It's contact with a future potential timeline, accessed before your waking mind is ready to see it. Recurring dreams, the same scenario, person, or emotion shows up again and again. This is not repetition for its own sake. It's a signal, a loop your consciousness is trying to resolve. Often, these dreams highlight stuck energy or unprocessed patterns, both personal and collective. Lucid dreams, where you become aware that you are dreaming. This is a threshold experience. When you realize you're dreaming within the dream, your consciousness has elevated to a higher level of awareness. In that moment, you are no longer a passive observer. You become a participant, a creator, and your ability to shape the dream reflects your ability to consciously interact with the field. Flying, falling, or transforming. These archetypal dreams often indicate energetic movement. Flight can represent freedom or expansion across dimensions. Falling may signal a release of ego control. Transformation into animals, objects, or alternate selves reflects your multidimensionality surfacing. But here's the most important point. Your dreams aren't random. They are data. And that data comes from you, the deeper, broader field of you that exists beyond the personality and the waking identity. So how do you work with this? Start by treating your dreams as real experiences, not just symbolic stories. Yes, they use metaphor. Yes, they speak in strange imagery. But they are active expressions of your quantum consciousness navigating nonlinear dimensions. Keep a dream journal. Record even fragments, names, symbols, emotions, patterns. Over time, they form maps of your multidimensional self. You'll start seeing connections, guidance, themes that reappear when your waking choices are out of alignment. Next, set pre-sleep intentions. Before sleep, speak a clear request to your deeper self. Show me what I need to understand. Help me connect with the version of me that holds the answer. Let me remember the dream that matters. This isn't superstition. Signal clarity. When you set an intention, you tune your consciousness to a specific frequency. You filter the infinite dreamscape into something usable. Then, practice presence upon waking. Don't jump out of bed and into the day. Remain still. Review what you felt, what you saw, what questions arise. This moment just after waking is a bridge between dimensions. If you rush through it, the insight fades. But if you linger, the dream can speak. And when it does, listen. Because that version of you, the dream walker, the time traveler, the field navigator, is closer than you think. Now consider this. What if the future version of you is already reaching back through dreams? What if your higher self is already sending guidance, not through signs in the sky, but through subtle messages at night? What if your dreams are your own consciousness, reminding you of what you already know in another timeline? That's not speculation. That's coherence. You're not alone in this journey. You are layered, vast, and deeply connected to more than you can see. Dreams are not illusions. They are communications. From the field, from the future, from you. So treat them with reverence. Practice listening. Ask questions. And begin to walk through your day knowing that each night, a more expansive version of you explores the quantum. Because while your body sleeps, your awareness travels. Not metaphorically, energetically. And the echoes of those travels? They're showing you the way home. People talk about manifestation as if it's mystical, like it belongs only to vision boards, affirmation rituals, or vague spiritual optimism. But the deeper truth is this: manifestation is not magic. It's mechanics. And it's governed by the same quantum principles that shape your reality every single moment. You are not attracting things with wishful thinking. You are interfacing with the quantum field, a vast sea of potential, through your frequency, coherence, and identity. So let's cut through the fluff. What is manifestation in quantum terms? It's the process by which potential becomes experience. It's how the unformed becomes form, not through force, but through alignment. In the quantum field, every possible version of your reality already exists. Infinite timelines, infinite outcomes, all encoded as probability. And at the center of it all is you, not as a body, but as a transmitter of frequency. Your consciousness acts like a tuning fork. When you stabilize a signal, you cause the field to respond by collapsing probability into reality. This is not theory. It's reflection. You're not pulling something in from the outside. You're aligning your energy so that the version of reality that matches your state becomes accessible. You don't manifest what you want. You manifest what you are an energetic match for. This is the part most people miss. They focus on thinking positively while still feeling scarcity. They visualize success while still carrying beliefs rooted in failure. They set intentions but never align their identity to match the outcome they're asking for. And then they say manifestation doesn't work. But it's always working. The quantum field never stops responding. The question is, what are you instructing it to reflect? Let's explore this with precision. At the core of manifestation is state. Your emotional and energetic baseline. Not your mood, but your consistent signal. The field does not speak English. It does not interpret affirmations. It responds to signal integrity. If your thoughts say one thing but your emotions say another, the field reflects the dominant frequency, not the louder voice. So if you say, "I am abundant," while feeling desperate, your true signal is lack. The result you receive will match that, not your words, but your vibration. This is why alignment matters more than effort. When your inner world reflects the state of the reality you seek, external events begin to organize themselves accordingly. This isn't passive. It's precision. You are constantly broadcasting. Whether you realize it or not, your life is a living reflection of the energetic instructions you've been sending. Want to change the results? Change the instruction set. Here's how that works on a quantum level. Step 1. Clarity of intention. You must know what you are selecting, not just as a wish, but as a decision. The field does not respond well to ambiguity. It reflects clarity. When you choose a version of reality, not just in fantasy, but as a vibrational commitment, you begin shifting timelines. Step 2. Energetic alignment. Your body, mind, and field must match the feeling of the chosen outcome. This is not pretending. This is becoming. You begin to generate the emotional and physiological state of the version of you that already has what you're selecting. This alignment calibrates your field. It begins to filter what you perceive. New ideas surface. Different people show up. Opportunities that were always present suddenly become visible. You didn't create them. You became able to see them. Step 3. Coherence. This is when your thoughts, emotions, and energy are no longer at odds. You aren't pushing against your desire. You're not trying to override subconscious resistance. You're not split between wanting and doubting. You are centered. And coherence creates magnetism. In this state, the field organizes with speed and elegance, because it's no longer trying to respond to mixed messages. Step 4. Non-resistance. This is where most people interfere. They overfocus. They micromanage. They try to force outcomes with anxiety masked as action. But once your field is aligned, your job is not to chase results. Your job is to maintain signal purity, to stay in the state of the reality you've selected, even when there's no evidence yet. This is not denial. This is mastery, because when you shift your frequency and hold it, the evidence must arrive. The field is impersonal. It's mathematical. It does not reward effort. It reflects resonance. So if your outer world hasn't changed, ask yourself, am I holding the frequency of the result, or the expectation that it isn't working? That distinction changes everything. Step 5. Observation. Pay attention, not for signs that your manifestation is coming, but for shifts in you. Do you feel different? Are your thoughts clearer? Are your decisions braver? Is your internal dialogue more empowering? Those are the first signs. Before the new job, relationship, or opportunity arrives, you arrive. A new version of you comes online. And from that version, the result is not far behind. It's inevitable, because you're not pulling it in. You're accessing the timeline where it already exists. You're collapsing that version of reality by becoming the version of you who lives there. That's not magic. That's quantum mechanics. And it explains why the most effective manifestation practices are simple. Holding a clear vision. Feeling the reality of that vision now. Acting from that state, not toward it. Letting go of the outcome and remaining in resonance. These steps bypass the noise and speak directly to the field. Because the field doesn't care what you hope for. It reflects who you are energetically. So if you want to manifest faster, stop waiting for signs. Become the signal. Stop looking for permission. Stabilize the frequency. And stop asking if it's possible. Instead, ask, is my state aligned with the version of me that already lives this reality? If not, adjust. Not with pressure, with presence. Because manifestation isn't about control. It's about becoming so resonant with what you seek that the universe has no choice but to reflect it. Because the field cannot deny coherence. It must mirror back what is most stable. And the moment your frequency becomes stronger than your fear, reality moves. At the root of every action, every emotion, every decision you've ever made, there's belief. Invisible, ingrained, powerful beyond measure. It doesn't just color your experience. It defines it. But what you might not realize is that belief isn't just psychological, it's quantum. Your beliefs aren't harmless ideas floating in your mind. They are instruction sets, energetic codes sent directly into the quantum field. Every belief you hold stabilizes a version of reality. And once stabilized, the field aligns to mirror that version back to you. In quantum mechanics, observation determines outcome. A wave of possibility collapses into a particle when it's measured, when it's observed with intent and certainty. But here's the part they don't teach in school. Your belief acts as that measurement. When you believe something deeply enough, the field treats it as reality. Not because it's true, because it's coherent. This makes belief the most powerful particle accelerator you have. Collapses timelines. It triggers reality shifts. It forges new outcomes, not by force but by resonance. Let's make this practical. A belief is not just a thought you repeat. It's a pattern of awareness backed by emotion and identity. You don't think your beliefs. You live them. You feel from them. You expect through them. You choose because of them. And that creates an energetic signal, a standing wave in the quantum field. If you believe life is struggle, your frequency contracts. You filter out ease. You mistrust flow. You attract experiences that validate your struggle because that's the version of reality your field is configured to hold. If you believe you're not enough, every interaction gets filtered through that distortion. Compliments feel fake. Success feels temporary. You subconsciously choose partners, jobs, and environments that echo that frequency. Not because you want to suffer, because the field is just doing its job. It's reflecting your signal. Belief becomes blueprint. So the question isn't, is the universe helping me? The real question is, what beliefs are driving my signal right now? Most people don't choose their beliefs. They inherit them from family, from trauma, from repetition. And over time, those beliefs stop being opinions. They become unconscious truths, assumptions, unquestioned realities. And the longer they go unexamined, the more powerful they become, because the field continues to mirror them. But here's the shift. Beliefs can be changed. Not instantly, not just by saying the opposite, but by creating energetic evidence that something new is now true. You can't override a belief through force. You change a belief by becoming someone who no longer needs it. That's the secret. Old beliefs are held in place by emotion, fear, shame, doubt, guilt. Those frequencies form energetic glue. That glue holds the belief in your field, even when your mind says otherwise. So the first step in shifting a belief isn't convincing yourself. It's interrupting the emotional signature that keeps reinforcing it. You stop feeding the loop. You breathe when the fear comes up. You stay present when the shame activates. You feel without obeying. That weakens the glue. Next, you start building resonance with the new belief, not by trying to believe it, but by living as if it's already true. Not pretending, practicing. If the new belief is, I am worthy, you take action aligned with that version of you, even if it feels unfamiliar. You speak your truth. You receive compliments without deflecting. You honor your needs. And every time you do, your nervous system updates. Your field reorganizes. And slowly, the new belief starts broadcasting. Not because you convinced yourself, but because you became coherent with a new version of reality. And when your field holds that coherence, the quantum responds. It always does. Belief shapes field. Field shapes experience. Experience reinforces belief. That's the loop. You don't have to wait for proof to start believing. You have to start broadcasting before the field sends confirmation. Because belief isn't reaction. It's creation. It's the original filter through which every reality flows. This is why placebo effects work. Why rituals work. Why faith, regardless of system, can trigger healing, insight, and transformation. It's not superstition. It's structure. The belief becomes a tuning fork. It organizes the body. It shapes chemistry. Collapses possibility into form. That's why the most dangerous beliefs aren't just negative, they're unconscious. The ones you don't even know you have are the most active. So the real work of upgrading your reality is uncovering the default programming that's been running your signal. Ask yourself, what do I believe about time? What do I believe about receiving? What do I believe about being seen, heard, loved? What do I believe about effort, success, or failure? Don't judge the answers. Observe them, then track the emotional signature. Is that belief charged with shame, resistance, old identity? That's where you begin the rewrite. Not by forcing new ideas, but by releasing the energy that holds the old one. Because once the emotion dissolves, the belief becomes optional. And once a belief becomes optional, the field opens again. It stops reinforcing the old structure. And a new timeline becomes available. This isn't mindset work. This is field work. And it's not about believing blindly. It's about understanding that belief is not the end of thought. It's the beginning of reality. So the most important choice you make today isn't what to do. It's what to believe. About yourself. About what's possible. About how this all works. Because once your belief aligns with your intention, the field accelerates. Particles move. Timelines merge. And reality updates. Not because you tried harder, but because the most powerful particle accelerator in the universe finally received a new instruction. From the only source that ever mattered. You. You hold a crystal in your hand. It's cold, still, silent, but something about it feels alive. Like it's more than just a beautiful mineral. Maybe it pulses faintly. Maybe it hums beneath your awareness. Or maybe it just won't leave your hand. You're not imagining that. Crystals aren't just ornamental, they are structural manifestations of pure, coherent information. And the question is not whether they're powerful. The real question is, can they store, transmit, and amplify quantum data? Let's start with something scientists already accept. Crystals are information storage devices. Silicon, a crystalline element, is the backbone of all modern computing. Your phone, your computer, your memory cards all rely on crystalline lattices to hold and transfer massive amounts of binary code. It's not metaphorical. It's functional. The structure of a crystal allows it to hold stable energy patterns without decay. That's why quartz is used in precision watches. That's why data can be stored in synthetic diamonds. That's why crystal-based computing is already being tested for quantum data retention. But those are industrial uses. What happens when you add consciousness to the equation? Because the moment human awareness interfaces with a crystal, the dynamics change. You are not just a person holding an object. You are a field interacting with another energetic lattice. And that interaction, subtle as it may seem, is a form of quantum exchange. Crystals are not alive in the biological sense, but they do hold resonance. And resonance is the foundation of quantum communication. Every crystal has a specific frequency range based on its atomic structure, mineral content, and geometric formation. When you bring your energy field into contact with a crystal, you create a bridge between two vibrational systems. Your thoughts and emotions are not abstract. They emit measurable electromagnetic signals. So when you focus your attention on a crystal, especially with intention, you begin to imprint energy into its structure. It's like writing to a drive, not in words but in waveform. This is how crystals store quantum data, not as readable language but as coherent vibration. They become holders of intention, memory, signal. This is why shamans, energy workers, and ancient civilizations used crystals not as symbols, but as tools, amplifiers, storage units, transmitters, portals. Because they recognized what quantum thinkers now confirm. Matter is energy stabilized into form. And the more organized that form is, the more efficiently it can hold information. And crystals? They're the most organized structures in the natural world. Let's go deeper. The ancient Atlanteans, Egyptians, and Lemurians reportedly used crystals in their temples, healing chambers, and energy grids. Their use wasn't decorative. It was technological. They worked with the vibrational properties of specific stones to enhance consciousness, store knowledge, and harmonize energy systems. These stories are often dismissed as myth. But modern crystal researchers, including physicists, have demonstrated that crystals can affect water structure, absorb subtle biofield energy, and even influence light coherence. Not in fantasy, in labs. So what kind of data can crystals hold? Not just computational code, not just physical vibration, but conscious information, your intention, your visualizations, your meditative frequency. When you meditate with a crystal or consciously program it, you're not projecting a wish onto a rock. You're imprinting structured energy into a lattice that can hold and repeat that energy long after you've stepped away. This is why certain crystals feel charged. Why you can pick up a stone and feel calm or agitated. The stone is reflecting stored frequencies. It's not psychological. It's quantum. Let's talk about programming. How do you intentionally store data in a crystal? You begin with clarity. The crystal isn't responding to vague desire. It's responding to coherent frequency. That means your mind, emotions, and energy must be aligned with the outcome or state you wish to encode. Hold the crystal. Still your body. Feel your energy settle. Then speak or visualize a clear intention, not just as words, but as a full-body energetic signature. You're not hoping. You're transferring a stabilized signal into the crystal's field. Some people use breath. Others use light. Some use mantras. The method doesn't matter as much as the coherence behind it. Once the data is encoded, the crystal acts like an external memory drive. When you hold it again, it reminds your field of the state you encoded. That's not superstition. That's resonance-based reinforcement. You can also use crystals for energetic clearing. Because of their structure, many crystals naturally bring disordered energy back into alignment. This is why black tourmaline is used for protection, why selenite is used for clarity, why amethyst calms the nervous system. Each stone emits a specific frequency range. When your field is disorganized emotionally, mentally, or spiritually, those frequencies act as tuning guides. Your system entrains to the stone's pattern, not the other way around. Now consider this. If crystals can store coherent frequency, if they can transmit stabilized intention, and if they can assist in reorganizing your biofield, then yes, they are quantum tools, not just pretty artifacts, not decorations, devices. Your energy is dynamic. Crystals are stable. The interface between the two creates a conscious feedback loop, one that allows you to store data, retrieve alignment, and elevate frequency. So don't just collect crystals. Work with them, not with superstition, with awareness. Treat them as vibrational allies. Check their energy periodically. Clear them of dissonant frequencies. Charge them intentionally. And when you're in periods of confusion, use them as memory holders. Let them reflect back to you the clarity you once held. That's not imagination. That's quantum technology encoded in nature. Because the universe doesn't hide its tools. They're everywhere, structured into the earth, waiting to be remembered, waiting to be activated by you. You close your eyes at night. Your body goes still. Your conscious mind recedes. But beneath the silence, something is still moving, quietly, powerfully, beyond awareness. Your consciousness doesn't sleep. It shifts. And while your physical senses shut down, your non-local self begins to roam. Not randomly, not aimlessly, but purposefully across dimensions, across timelines, across versions of reality. Sleep is not the absence of activity. It is the gateway to realignment. And yes, understanding the structure of sleep through a quantum lens reveals something astonishing. You are shifting realities in your sleep. Not metaphorically, energetically. Let's break this down. Your waking state is tuned to a specific frequency band, what we call beta consciousness. It's linear, focused, and immersed in the physical layer of experience. But as you fall asleep, your brain shifts through alpha, then theta, then delta frequencies. Each step takes you deeper into nonlinear awareness. In these altered states, the ego softens, identity loosens, time untangles, the veil between dimensions thins, and what's left is you, pure awareness, temporarily unbound by physical constraints. This is the same state accessed in deep meditation, hypnosis, and certain mystical experiences. But you enter it every night without effort. And in this state, something profound happens. The patterns of the day begin to reorganize. Your thoughts, your emotions, your unresolved tensions, your energetic output. The quantum field receives all of it, constantly. And when you sleep, that data is reviewed, reset, and often rewritten in the field. Your consciousness re-enters the field, free from daytime noise. And in that freedom, it begins selecting from the infinite potentials encoded within it. You're not just recovering, you're recalibrating. This is why you can wake up feeling changed, clearer, lighter, more centered, without having done anything physically different. Your body didn't solve the problem. Your field did. Now consider this. If your thoughts, beliefs, and emotions define your frequency, and your frequency determines your alignment with specific timelines, then the state you fall asleep in becomes the launch point for what you wake into. You shift realities based on state, not effort. And sleep is the most powerful moment of state reset you have access to. This is why the hours just before sleep matter. If you fall asleep replaying stress, your field integrates that vibration. You wake into a version of reality where that stress is reinforced. But if you fall asleep in gratitude, love, or clarity, you imprint those states into the field. You instruct the system to align you with timelines that reflect those vibrations. And the shift begins. Not through force, through frequency. This is the quiet science behind so many ancient rituals: bedtime prayer, evening meditation, dream incubation. These weren't just routines. They were field commands sent during the most receptive phase of consciousness. Let's make this practical. If you want to shift your reality while you sleep, focus on the state you carry into sleep. Not the to-do list, not the problem-solving, the state. That means, set a clear intention before bed. Not a demand, a decision. I'm aligning with clarity. I'm selecting peace. I'm shifting into the version of me who already trusts. Drop into feeling. Let your body relax. Let emotion rise. Generate the feeling of your chosen timeline, not just as fantasy, but as current. Breathe into stillness. Let thoughts soften. Let identity dissolve. You're not trying to force anything. You're handing the field a clean signal. Then sleep. Not idly. Not anxiously. Deliberately. Because sleep isn't passive. It's transitional. And your consciousness is not limited to the bed your body rests in. During sleep, you travel through subtle layers of the quantum field. Dreams are often the residue, fragments your conscious mind tries to interpret. But even beyond dreams, your deeper self is in motion. Meeting versions of you that have answers. Releasing timelines you've outgrown. Integrating perspectives from futures you haven't yet experienced. This is why sleep can feel like healing, or clearing, or revelation. It's not because the brain processed. It's because the field restructured. You shifted timelines, sometimes subtly, sometimes dramatically, but always with the guidance of your dominant vibration. So here's the shift. Stop treating sleep as escape. Start using it as a tool. Sleep is not the end of the day. It's the start of realignment. When you approach it with presence, you're not just recovering, you're commanding. Not from the mind, from frequency. Try this. Before bed, write a short phrase that represents the version of you you wish to shift into. Something simple. I am clear. I am receptive. I am aligned with ease. Then, as you lie down, breathe that phrase into your body, not as a mantra, but as a feeling. Let it settle into your nervous system. Let it ripple through your cells. Let your breath carry it into stillness. Then sleep. When you wake, don't rush. Notice how you feel. You may not remember a dream. You may not feel different. But you will begin to see small signs, internal or external, that indicate a realignment has begun. New thoughts, subtle confidence, strange synchronicities, decisions that feel lighter. And that's the clue. You didn't change your world by force. You shifted the version of yourself who wakes up into it. That's the real secret behind quantum sleep. You are not asleep. You are simply choosing timelines without resistance. And the clearer your signal becomes before you rest, the more powerfully your field recalibrates during that rest. The shift is happening. Every night. The only question is, are you guiding it or defaulting to the vibration of the day? So tonight, make the choice. Send the signal. Enter sleep not as escape, but as transmission. And let the field do what it does best. Respond, not to what you say, but to who you've become. You think of someone and they call. You hear a word, then see it on a billboard. A number repeats everywhere you look. License plates, clocks, receipts. It's easy to write it off. Random chance, pattern recognition, the mind playing tricks. But what if it's not random? What if the universe is leaving you breadcrumbs? Subtle, intentional, and deeply intelligent. Not to confuse you, to guide you. This is the nature of synchronicity, what most people call coincidence. But through the lens of quantum awareness, it becomes something else entirely. A communication system, a feedback mechanism from the field, a real-time mirror of your internal state. Let's begin with the basics. In a Newtonian world, events are separate, isolated. Cause leads to effect in straight lines. But the quantum field doesn't operate in straight lines. It operates in entanglement, resonance, and non-locality. This means events are interconnected by frequency, not distance. In this model, when your inner world shifts, your beliefs, your thoughts, your emotional baseline, the field begins organizing external data to match that internal signal. And it doesn't always respond with outcomes. Sometimes it responds with symbols, with signs, with timing so perfect it shatters logic. That's not magic. That's coherence. When your energy aligns, the field speaks. Not in English, in mirrors. The more present you become, the more this mirror reflects with speed and accuracy. The result is a life filled with unlikely patterns, repeating messages, seemingly random moments that all point in the same direction. Those aren't accidents. They're breadcrumbs, And they come when you're on the verge of alignment or when you're drifting off course and need a gentle redirect. The field is always responding. Synchronicity is just one of its most elegant ways of whispering, "Pay attention. Here's how it works." Your subconscious is constantly communicating with the field through emotion, expectation, and attention. When a thought becomes charged with emotion, it emits a strong vibrational signal. That signal interacts with the field, which responds by reorganizing probability around you. The results are often subtle. A message in a book you almost didn't pick up. A stranger saying the exact phrase you were silently struggling with. A sequence of numbers that makes your body feel something before your mind understands why. In every case, the pattern isn't the point. It's the presence it triggers. Synchronicities aren't answers. They're activations, reminders, confirmations. They pull you out of the trance of randomness and into the awareness of structure. Suddenly, life stops feeling disconnected, and you begin to see it. You are part of a web, a living matrix of mirrored reflection. Every breadcrumb is evidence that you are not navigating alone. You are interacting with the intelligence of the field. So what do you do when you notice a synchronicity? Step 1, pause. Don't rush to interpret. Let the resonance land. The sign isn't always literal. Sometimes it's about state, not meaning. A message doesn't need to be decoded immediately. It needs to be received vibrationally. Step 2, feel. What emotion arises? What thought follows? What version of you does this moment remind you of? Synchronicities often arrive as emotional markers, nudging you toward a frequency you were starting to forget. Step 3, track patterns. The field rarely speaks once. If a number, symbol, or theme repeats, take note. Don't obsess. Just observe. Let your awareness become familiar with your unique symbols. Over time, you'll build a personal language with the universe. Step 4. Take aligned action. Sometimes a breadcrumb points the way. Follow it, not because you need certainty, but because you trust resonance. A phone call you feel compelled to make. A place you feel drawn to visit. A book you suddenly remember. These aren't distractions. They're invitations. Each one, a step closer to the timeline your field is preparing for you. Because here's the deeper truth. Synchronicities don't just show you you're on the right path. They are the path. In a quantum framework, cause and effect blur. Your future can influence your present. Your higher self can send signals backward through time to help guide your current identity toward alignment. That's not fantasy. That's non-local consciousness. And synchronicity is the signature of that communication. Every time you notice one, you're touching a convergence point, where timelines overlap, where possibilities sharpen, where the next version of you becomes momentarily visible. So don't dismiss the signs. Welcome them. Let them remind you that you're part of something interactive, that you're not waiting on the universe. You're in conversation with it. But remember, this conversation is subtle. The more you chase synchronicity, the more elusive it becomes. This isn't about hunting signs. It's about refining signal. When you become present, when your mind, body, and energy align, you naturally start seeing the patterns the field is reflecting back. Not because they weren't there before, but because you've finally tuned to the frequency where they become visible. Synchronicity is not the goal. It's the echo of resonance, a mirror to your coherence. So if your life starts to feel weirdly aligned, good. You're not losing your mind. You're waking up to the mirror. And every moment the field is saying, keep going. Yes, that's the path. You're getting closer. And no, you're not imagining it. This is what it feels like when reality starts listening back. You walk through your day making choices, what to wear, where to go, what to say. It all feels personal, internal, private. But on a quantum level, every decision, every observation, every focused awareness is doing far more than shaping your life. It's shaping reality itself. You're not just inside the universe. You are the observer that causes it to take form. Not figuratively, literally. In quantum physics, the act of observation collapses probability. A particle exists as a wave, pure potential, until it is observed. And once observed, it becomes a fixed state, a measurable point in time and space. This is not philosophy. It is one of the most confirmed phenomena in quantum mechanics. And that observation, it doesn't require instruments or equations. It requires consciousness. Your awareness isn't passive. It's an activator, a force that shapes the behavior of energy and matter. This is the heart of the double-slit experiment. When electrons pass through two slits, they behave like waves, as if exploring every possibility. But the moment an observer watches the experiment, the electrons collapse into particles. The wave of probability becomes a defined result. The observer collapses the field, and you, right now, are observing everything. That means you're collapsing potential universes into concrete experiences. Every moment, with every focus of your attention. You're not inside the universe watching it unfold. You are the focal point through which it unfolds into form. This isn't abstraction. It's function. The quantum field doesn't behave until it's observed. And consciousness isn't a side effect of the universe. It's the mechanism that organizes it. So let's strip this down. What does it mean to be the consciousness collapsing universes? It means your attention is not neutral. Where you place it determines what becomes real. Not just in your perception, but in the actual architecture of experience. You are surrounded by infinite timelines, versions of yourself that already exist, paths already traveled, outcomes already formed. But only one becomes solid. And that one is determined by what you observe as true. Not what you hope for, not what you wish was real, but what you consistently, emotionally, and energetically acknowledge as real. That acknowledgement collapses the wave, and the universe responds. This is why you keep living out the same patterns, because you keep observing them into existence. Not intentionally, not consciously, but automatically. Your beliefs act as filters. Your expectations create observational tunnels. You keep looking for signs that match your past, and so you keep re-experiencing your past. You're collapsing a limited set of outcomes. But that can change, because the field is infinite, and your awareness is mobile. You can observe a different version of reality. One where you are healed, free, successful, aligned. And if you hold your attention there, not with hope, but with clarity, you begin to stabilize a new version of the field. And that version begins to collapse into form. The key is presence. Your power to collapse possibility depends on the clarity and consistency of your attention. This is why mindfulness, meditation, and visualization aren't just wellness practices. They are quantum tools, methods to focus your consciousness with enough intensity to select different outcomes. Your mind is the lens. Your emotion is the amplifier. Your body is the receiver. Your awareness is the command center. So start using them as such. This is where real power begins, not in controlling the outer world, but in mastering the observation process. Because what you repeatedly observe, you stabilize. And what you stabilize, you live. Let's go deeper. You're not just collapsing experiences. You're collapsing versions of yourself. At every moment, there are infinite variations of you existing in the field. Some are confident. Some are afraid. Some are wildly successful. Some are stuck in the same loop for lifetimes. But none of them are locked. They are all accessible. And the one that becomes your lived experience is the one you observe most consistently. That's not willpower. That's frequency. When you feel a version of yourself, think from it, act from it, respond from it, you are observing it into stability. You are collapsing into that version of self. And from that version, your world shifts, not because it got better, but because you changed the observer. So ask yourself, what version of reality am I collapsing right now? What assumptions am I reinforcing with my focus? What identity am I stabilizing with my self-talk, my emotion, my daily repetition? Are those versions aligned with the future I say I want? Or are they echoing the past I thought I left behind? That's not judgment. That's data. Because once you realize you're the observer, not the victim, not the reactor, not the follower, you reclaim your original power. The power to choose what becomes real. You stop reacting to life. You start selecting from the field. Not in fantasy, in observation. That's the real secret. You don't have to create your future. You have to observe it so clearly that the universe has no choice but to respond. Because the moment you observe it with belief, the wave collapses, and the future arrives. Not by chance, by design, through you. When you hear the words black hole, you probably picture a cosmic abyss, cold, silent, all-consuming. A point in space where gravity becomes so dense that not even light can escape. An astronomical anomaly. But what if the real mystery of black holes isn't out there? What if it's pointing back to something happening inside you? Across every galaxy, black holes sit like ancient gatekeepers, unseen yet undeniable. They warp space. They distort time. They defy the laws of physics as we understand them. But in their strangeness, they also reveal something astonishing. They may operate just like consciousness. Let's begin with structure. A black hole is formed when matter collapses inward on itself, compressing into infinite density. At that point, it no longer behaves like normal space. It becomes a singularity, a point of infinite potential. That description may sound familiar, because your consciousness, when stripped of identity, thought, and form, also collapses into pure awareness. No borders, no mess, just presence. Infinite, centralized. Still, that's not poetic comparison. It's quantum pattern recognition. Physicists like Roger Penrose have suggested that consciousness may operate in similar structures, where information exists outside of linear spacetime, encoded in fields we can't yet measure. Black holes, too, appear to exist outside our understanding of time. As you approach one, time slows down, stops, bends, then breaks. From the outside, it seems frozen. From the inside, it could hold an eternity. Now consider this: if consciousness transcends time, and if black holes distort time, then what if these massive gravitational wells are mirrors for inner consciousness? Not metaphorical mirrors, structural ones. Here's where it gets more compelling. Recent theories in quantum information suggest that black holes don't actually destroy information. They store it on their event horizon. This leads to the concept of the holographic principle, the idea that all the information in a three-dimensional space can be encoded on a two-dimensional boundary. In other words, what happens inside the black hole is encoded at its edge. That may also describe your consciousness, your experiences, emotions, memories, thoughts, aren't lost. They are stored in your field, imprinted, not in your brain but in the boundary of your energetic awareness. A holographic consciousness, mirroring the holographic structure of space. You are not remembering your life from inside your head. You're accessing it from the edge of your field, just like a black hole. That's not science fiction. That's current physics. And if black holes function as storage mechanisms, massive, stable, and outside of time, what else might they hold? There's a growing theory that black holes could be gateways not to destruction, but to alternate dimensions. Wormholes, new beginnings, realities where our current laws of physics don't apply. And consciousness? It already does that. In deep meditation, near-death experiences, lucid dreams, awareness moves beyond spacetime. People experience timelessness, unity, vast emptiness full of presence. That description matches both mystical states and black hole interiors. So what if black holes are not just cosmic phenomena? What if they are consciousness nodes? Points in the universe where awareness collects, concentrates, and maybe even communicates. There's more. Some physicists suggest that the entire universe may have emerged from a black hole, a singularity that expanded into form. If that's true, then everything we see, feel, and are arose from a field of total compression and infinite potential. That also mirrors the way thought becomes form. In manifestation, you begin with concentrated intent, pure awareness, unexpressed. Then it expands, takes on frequency, energy. Eventually, it becomes experience. That's the arc from singularity to space, from stillness to creation, from field to form. Black holes reverse the direction, bringing everything back into stillness. But consciousness does both. It creates and dissolves. It observes and releases. It expands and contracts. In many ways, you are the living analog of a black hole. You hold infinite potential. You process everything that crosses your awareness. You bend the experience of time. You collapse reality through observation. And at the center of you, beneath all thought, all identity, all narrative, is a kind of inner event horizon. The point where form dissolves into field. That stillness, that's your singularity. That's where consciousness resides. And when you sit in deep presence, when you stop trying to do, fix, or become, you fall inward. You spiral toward your own core. You reach a place where language breaks down, thought becomes weightless, and what remains is only awareness. Pure, silent, central. That's not emptiness. That's source. And black holes, in their impossible gravity and invisible power, may be the universe's reminder of that source. They sit in space like silent witnesses. They don't announce themselves, but everything around them orbits differently. Time bends, matter stretches, and yet, at their center, absolute stillness. This reflects you. Your external world may seem chaotic, moving, unstable, but your inner event horizon? Still, constant, untouched. You don't need to escape your world to find peace. You need to return to the center point where your awareness meets presence. The singularity of self. The black hole within. This isn't fantasy. This is structure. The universe may be showing you something vital through its darkest mystery. That power doesn't come from force. It comes from focus, from gravity, from density of presence. And when you return to that center, your own gravitational core, you stop reacting. You start creating. Not by motion, by magnetism. So yes, black holes may hold the secret to consciousness, because they are consciousness on a cosmic scale. And when you meet them, not in space, but in stillness, you don't just observe the void. You recognize yourself within it, not lost, but infinite. You hear a sound. It's just a note, a tone, a vibration. But suddenly, your body responds. You feel something shift. Emotion rises. Memory stirs. Energy moves. The change isn't superficial. It's cellular, deep, tangible. This isn't imagination. It's resonance. And the question is no longer whether sound affects you. It's how deeply it rewrites you. Could sound, at its purest level, actually change your DNA? Let's start with what we know. DNA is not just a biological code. It's a molecular antenna, receiving and transmitting frequencies. Every strand vibrates. Every cell pulses with electromagnetic information. Your body, at its most fundamental level, is sound and light in form. This isn't poetic. It's physics. Biophysicist Fritz Albert Popp demonstrated that DNA emits biophotons, light particles that carry information between cells. These emissions aren't random. They're rhythmic, coherent, structured. That means your body isn't just responding to light and sound. It's communicating with it. Constantly. Now consider this. If DNA is vibrationally active, and if sound carries structured frequency, then sound isn't just something you hear. It's something you absorb. And depending on the frequency, your system can shift, gently or radically. Certain sounds soothe. Others activate. Some reorganize your energy so profoundly that physical symptoms vanish. Not because of magic, but because the energetic code was altered at the root. Let's get more specific. Studies in epigenetics, the science of how environment affects gene expression, show that DNA is not fixed. It responds to external stimuli, including emotion, light, and sound. Genes can be turned on or off. Expression can change. Entire biological outcomes can reverse. The trigger? Frequency. Now enter the field of cymatics, the study of how sound affects physical matter. When sound frequencies are projected through a medium like water, sand, or fluid, distinct geometric patterns emerge. The higher the frequency, the more complex the pattern. That means sound doesn't just move matter, it organizes it. And since your body is over 70% water, every sound you experience is shaping you on a molecular level. Your cells are listening, and certain tones, like solfeggio frequencies, binaural beats, and harmonic resonance, don't just feel good. They create coherence in your field. They realign energy patterns. They stabilize emotional chaos. And in some cases, they directly affect how your DNA behaves. This is where ancient knowledge meets modern science. Indigenous cultures around the world have used sound as healing for thousands of years. Mantras, drums, flutes, gongs, chants. These weren't rituals. They were technologies. Encoded frequencies meant to realign the body to source. Because sound bypasses logic. It goes directly to the field. And when the field shifts, so does form. Even in the lab, scientists have shown that sound can affect DNA in vitro. Russian researchers used laser-modulated sound frequencies to influence genetic material, altering its structure without physical contact. Let that sink in. No chemicals, no surgery, just frequency, targeted, coherent, intentional. This opens a radical possibility. You are not stuck with the biological script you inherited. You are not bound by generational codes of illness, limitation, or trauma. Because your DNA is not static. It's dynamic. And when exposed to frequencies of clarity, coherence, and intention, it responds by reorganizing, by upgrading, by remembering its original blueprint. So how do you use this? First, understand that your voice is your most powerful tuning instrument. Not what you say, but the tone with which you speak, the emotion you encode into your breath, the frequency of your internal dialogue. Every time you chant, hum, or sing with intention, your vocal cords emit vibration that travels through your bones, your blood, your cells. That's not symbolic healing. That's resonance-based transformation. Try it. Hum a low tone while placing your hands on your heart. Then switch to a higher tone and feel the vibration rise. Your body is not just reacting. It's entraining, matching, and amplifying the frequency it receives. This is why practices like toning, mantra meditation, and sound baths are effective. Not because they relax you, but because they restructure your field. And when your energetic field becomes coherent, your DNA follows. The change happens from the inside out. Now take it further. Combine sound with intention. Sound is the carrier. Intention is the code. When you speak or listen with focused emotional energy, you're not just creating sound, you're embedding information into that vibration. Your cells receive it. Your subconscious absorbs it. And your field begins to reflect it. This is how you shift deeply held patterns. You don't fight them. You retune them. Because you're not broken. You're just out of tune. And sound is the master key. Use it wisely. Use it daily. Let your own voice remind your body of its original harmony. Let coherent frequencies guide your system back to balance. And let silence, too, become sacred, because in the quiet between sounds, your DNA listens just as intently. You don't need to understand all the science. But know this, every sound you allow into your system is shaping your structure. So choose music that heals. Use tones that stabilize. Speak words that uplift. Not because they sound nice, but because they vibrate with truth. And in that vibration, your cells remember. Your energy reorganizes. And your DNA rewrites its story. Not someday. Right now. You get a sudden insight. A thought you didn't think. A memory that doesn't feel like yours. You ask a question internally, and the answer comes before you even finish asking. There's no source, no voice, no visible origin. But it feels real. Feels like remembering. Only, you don't know what you're remembering. This is the territory of Akashic records. What many mystics, yogis, and seekers refer to as the universal library of consciousness. A multidimensional field where all events, thoughts, timelines, and soul-level choices are encoded. But in a quantum framework, this isn't just a metaphor. It may be literal. Let's explore how. Quantum physics has already revealed that space is not empty. The so-called vacuum is a dynamic field of energy, teeming with information. This is the zero-point field, also called the quantum field. It holds the blueprint for every possibility, every potential, every version of every outcome. Now consider what happens when you access intuition, or experience a download, or recall a detail from a past life or future timeline with startling clarity. Is your brain generating that content? Or is your consciousness tuning into a frequency that already exists? The Akashic field, like the quantum field, is non-local. It is not stored in a place. It's encoded in the fabric of reality itself. Every thought you've ever had, every experience you've ever lived, every version of every decision you never made, it's all there. Not as memory, but as vibrational data. And consciousness, it's the receiver. You don't go to the records. You attune to them. You shift your frequency into alignment with the information you seek. And in that moment, what felt hidden becomes accessible. Not through analysis, through resonance. This is why people sometimes access lifetimes they've never studied, speak languages they never learned, recall symbols, places, or wisdom far beyond their education. The knowledge doesn't come from the mind, it comes from the field. And the field doesn't care about time, or space, or logic. It responds to coherence. If your question is clear, if your emotion is sincere, if your energy is aligned, then the data arrives, not always in words, sometimes in imagery, sometimes in sensation, sometimes in direct knowing, but it always arrives in the format your system can best receive. That's not mystical ability. That's conscious calibration. Your nervous system is a tuning instrument. When you enter states of stillness like deep meditation, breathwork, or heart coherence, you begin to resonate with the subtler frequencies of the field. And when you hit the right frequency, the records open, because they were never locked. You were just out of sync. So let's be precise. Are you accessing Akashic records? Or is this just quantum memory? The answer is both. From one perspective, the Akashic records are a poetic name for the quantum field of encoded information. From another, they are a distinct layer of consciousness, a dimension where the soul's journey is mapped, where all incarnational data is stored, and where karmic threads can be traced and healed. But you don't have to choose one model over the other. You just need to understand that your consciousness is capable of accessing non-local information, not as metaphor but as mechanics. You are not a brain trapped in a skull. You are a field-based being. And when your field reaches a certain level of coherence, it interacts directly with the unified information layer of the universe. This is why children sometimes remember past lives without effort. Why indigenous shamans receive downloads of medicinal knowledge from plants without study. Why mystics across cultures report identical archetypes, symbols, and timelines without ever having met. It's not imagination. It's interfacing with structured information that exists beyond time. So how do you begin to work with this ability? Start by refining your signal. The field doesn't respond to scattered thought or frantic energy. It responds to clarity, presence, frequency. That means, begin with intention. Don't demand data. Form a clear question, something real, something that matters. Enter a state of neutrality. Drop ego, expectation, doubt. These are noise. You're tuning into something subtle. Your clarity matters more than your skill. Pay attention to what arises. Don't dismiss flashes, feelings, symbols. The field communicates in your personal symbolic language. You're not reading a book. You're reading vibration. Practice consistency. The more often you enter this state, the more trust you build. The more trust, the clearer the data becomes. And understand this. You don't need a ritual, title, or permission to access higher knowledge. The records are not guarded. They are reflected. They show you what you're ready to see. And you become ready the moment your field stabilizes in alignment with truth. What kind of truth? The truth that you are more than a body, more than a personality, more than this life. You are a fractal of infinite awareness. And your every thought, emotion, and choice leaves a vibrational footprint in the field. That means you don't just access the Akashic records. You are constantly writing into them. Every time you shift, the field updates. Every time you heal, a pattern is cleared. Every time you choose love, clarity, integrity, your signature in the records expands. This is not history. It's now. And the more consciously you live, the more accurate your resonance becomes. So stop asking if you're qualified to access the records. You already are. You're built for it. The question is, can you quiet the mind long enough to receive? Can you trust the stillness long enough to listen? Because the data is there. The guidance is waiting. The memory, your soul's memory, is intact. And the field is ready to reflect it. Not because you're special, but because you're tuned. You have a thought, sudden, electric, alive. An image, a name, an answer flashes across your awareness before your logic can catch up. And across the world, someone feels it, or acts on it, or speaks the same words. No wires, no words, no delay, just connection. This is not coincidence. This is non-locality in action. And it forces a question that breaks open everything we thought we knew about mind, space, and time. Can a thought travel faster than light? Let's begin with what physics tells us. In Einstein's framework, the speed of light is the universal speed limit. Nothing, no object, no signal can surpass it. That's true for things that exist in space and time. But in the quantum realm, particles can become entangled, linked in such a way that the state of one instantly affects the state of the other, regardless of distance. It doesn't matter if they're centimeters or galaxies apart. The information transfer is instantaneous, not fast, outside of speed. And this is the key. In quantum theory, entanglement defies space-time. The two particles are not communicating. They are part of a unified system. When one is observed, the whole system updates. Now apply that to consciousness. If your awareness is not confined to the brain. If your mind is a field, not a structure. If thought is not electricity bouncing between neurons, but non-local information traveling through a coherent field, then yes, a thought may not be moving at all. It may simply be everywhere, always waiting for a point of coherence to activate it. And when it does, the signal is not sent. It's accessed. This explains intuition, telepathy, shared dreams, synchronicity between people who haven't spoken in years. It's not imagination. It's entangled awareness. Consciousness is not in one place, moving toward another. It is non-local, expressing itself through multiple access points. You are one of those points. And every time your vibration matches a particular frequency of thought, you don't create it. You receive it. Instantly. This bypasses the speed of light. Because it bypasses space entirely. The field is not in space. Space is in the field. And the moment your awareness attunes to a frequency, the information becomes present, without traveling, without delay. So can a thought travel faster than light? Wrong question. A better question is, does a thought need to travel at all? When you think of someone and they feel it. When you know something before it happens. When a solution appears before you finish the question. That's not movement. That's simultaneity. That's the field revealing what is already connected. Let's get more specific. Every thought is a vibrational signature. It carries frequency, structure, and pattern. When your energy field becomes coherent, through meditation, emotion, intention, you become a precise receiver of thought forms that match your state. If someone else, anywhere in the world, matches that state, same emotion, same intent, same frequency, you become entangled. Their thoughts can arise in you. Your ideas can echo in them. This doesn't require sound or signal. It requires resonance. Now consider this. If two people can share thought across distance in real time, and if the transfer is instant, not bound by physical delay, then we are not dealing with ordinary communication. We are witnessing quantum cognition, not fantasy. Function. Your brain may act as a local processor, but your mind, your field, is part of a collective intelligence network. And when you operate from alignment, your thoughts are no longer private echoes. They become part of a larger field of thought, what Jung called the collective unconscious, what mystics call the mind of God, what physicists now describe as the zero-point field. This is not metaphor. It's mechanics. Your thoughts are not limited to your skull. They are encoded in the field the moment they form. And the stronger the emotional charge, the more deeply that thought imprints. This is why love travels far. Why trauma echoes. Why intention, when clear, can be felt across oceans. It's not that your thought went somewhere. It's that the receiver tuned into the version of the field where that thought was already vibrating. Instant, precise, undeniable. This is the future of communication, not through signals sent from point A to point B, but through shared access to the same vibrational source code. And you've already experienced it. Have you ever said, "I was just thinking that," or sensed something was wrong with someone, and then got the call? Or written down an idea only to see it published by someone else days later? That's not theft. That's field access. You were both tuned into the same stream. Because in the quantum mind, thoughts don't belong to individuals. They belong to frequency bands. You don't own your thoughts. You tune into them. And when your vibration shifts, so does your access. This is why emotional mastery matters. Because fear tunes you to chaotic frequencies. Love tunes you to clarity. Anger narrows the stream. Gratitude opens it. You are a transmitter and receiver, and your state is the dial. So if you want to access higher intelligence, ideas, breakthroughs, inspiration, stop trying to think harder. Feel clearer. Because thought speed is not measured in miles per hour. It's measured in coherence. And when you become coherent, emotionally, energetically, vibrationally, you collapse the delay between thought and knowing. You don't just speed it up. You transcend time. So, can a thought travel faster than light? No, it doesn't need to, because in the quantum mind, it's already there. You walk into a room and everything feels off, or perfect, or familiar in a way that defies explanation. You reread a message and notice it says something different from what you remember. Person acts out of character. A problem that felt overwhelming just hours ago suddenly dissolves. You didn't move cities. You didn't travel in time. But something shifted. And here's the twist. This isn't rare. You may already be shifting between quantum realities, subtly, constantly, and without realizing it. The question isn't, is it happening? It's, are you noticing? Start here. In quantum mechanics, reality is not fixed. What you experience as solid is actually a sea of probabilities, waveforms waiting to be collapsed into experience. These waves don't just represent external events. They reflect internal states. Each thought, each belief, each emotional posture generates a specific frequency. That frequency tunes your consciousness to a version of the field, out of infinite options, where that frequency is already playing out. And when your state shifts, the reality you align with changes. Not in theory, in experience. You don't jump to another planet. You don't wake up as a different person. But the composition of your moment changes. New conversations, new timing, new reflections of self. This isn't fiction. It's function. You are already shifting realities. The trick is, most people explain these shifts away. They call it mood swings, coincidence, déjà vu, selective memory. But when you train your awareness to track subtle variations, you begin to see the signs. Not as fantasy, as quantum feedback. Here's what to watch for. Sudden clarity after confusion. People treating you differently without any outer change in behavior on your part. Remembering events differently than others do. Objects appearing or disappearing unexpectedly. Repetitive loops in experience that suddenly stop. Recurring thoughts that vanish without a trace. These are not just glitches. They are snapshots of the field reorganizing. And the field reorganizes based on your vibration. You don't need a time machine to shift timelines. You just need a shift in state, sustained long enough for the wave to collapse into a new outcome. Here's the truth that quantum reality reveals. You don't attract what you want. You become coherent with what you are aligned to. And alignment isn't intellectual. It's vibrational. So each time you break a thought loop, choose love over fear, or return to stillness, you shift your vibrational signature. And when that signature changes, so does your reality. You don't fix the outer world. You select a version where it reflects your inner clarity. And this happens fast. The only reason you don't see dramatic shifts constantly is because your identity is often entangled with your past. Your habits, your story, your default frequency. But the moment you release those attachments, new timelines activate, not by effort, by resonance. And yes, it happens every day. Every time you wake up in a different mood and the world seems to behave differently. Every time a decision you were struggling with suddenly becomes obvious. Every time synchronicity increases for no logical reason. These are not anomalies. They're indications that your anchor point in the quantum field has shifted. You've tuned into a different version of the present. Same body, same name, different trajectory. So how do you work with this consciously? Start by becoming a tracker of microshifts. When you notice something feels different, pause. Don't explain it away. Notice your thoughts. Notice the emotional baseline. What shifted in your attention? What let go? What came online? Keep a journal not to obsess, but to observe. Over time, you'll see patterns emerge. You'll begin to recognize when you're approaching a quantum pivot point. Those moments when your choices carry extra charge, extra clarity, extra power. In those moments, choose intentionally. Speak from the version of you that already lives the reality you desire. Think from that place. Act from that place. Respond from that place. And watch as your field reorganizes around that frequency. Because quantum shifts don't require waiting. They require alignment. And alignment can happen now. Not after the meditation. Not after the healing. Not after the perfect circumstance. But in this moment, by tuning your awareness to presence, coherence, and clarity. This is how reality moves. One shift of focus at a time. You don't need to see dramatic changes to know it's working. Quantum shifts often begin subtly, but they accumulate. Small internal adjustments, held consistently, lead to massive outer transformation over time. And sometimes, the shifts are instant. You walk into the same situation, and it feels like a different world. Because it is. You've matched a different version of the same moment. And you did it through consciousness. So now the question becomes, if I'm already shifting realities every day, how intentional am I being with my state? Because if you're not steering, you're defaulting. And default state leads to default reality. But deliberate state, that opens everything. So stop waiting for signs. You're living in them. Reality isn't solid. It's responsive. And the field is listening. Not to what you say, to who you are being. So who are you being right now? You think your way through the day, plans, lists, logic, decisions. You tell yourself change begins in the mind. You believe thought creates reality. And yes, thought matters. But it's not the real architect. Emotion is. It's not a reaction. It's not an afterthought. Emotion is the code that instructs the field. And every time you feel something, truly feel it, you're transmitting data to the quantum architecture of your experience. Emotion is not personal. It's programmatic. Let's get clear. Thought creates the blueprint. Emotion builds the structure. You can think about abundance all day, visualize peace, recite affirmations. But if your emotional frequency contradicts your mental focus, if doubt, fear, or frustration are running in the background, those are the commands the field receives. Not your words, your vibration. And emotion is the fastest way to alter that vibration. In the quantum field, you are not judged by your past. You are not rewarded for effort. You are responded to based on frequency. And frequency is not something you fake. It's something you feel. So the real question becomes, what are you feeling most consistently? Not occasionally. Not when you're trying to manifest. But in the micro moments of your life, your reactions, your inner commentary, your energy between actions. Because that emotional atmosphere is what shapes your personal timeline. Here's how. Every emotional state carries a specific vibration. Gratitude, anger, hope, shame, joy, despair. These aren't just feelings. They are energetic codes that shape the structure of the wave function around you. When you sustain an emotional state, you anchor your field into the version of reality where that frequency is dominant. That's not woo. That's mechanics. Your field is constantly broadcasting a signature. And the quantum system responds by collapsing probabilities that match that signal. So when you feel elevated emotions, love, appreciation, trust, inspiration, you are accessing higher dimensional timelines where those emotions are normalized. You're not escaping pain. You're tuning out of it. Not by denial, by energetic selection. Let's go deeper. Emotion isn't about being positive. It's about being authentic. Suppressing emotion creates incoherence. It splits the signal. You say one thing, feel another, and the field receives mixed instructions. But when you feel an emotion fully without resistance, it moves, clears, it self-organizes. This is why emotional honesty is powerful. Not because it's psychologically healthy, though it is, but because it restores coherence to your field. And coherence is what creates precision. You can't direct energy with a scrambled signal. You have to stabilize emotionally. So how do you do that? Start by tracking your emotional anchors, the feelings you return to without noticing. Maybe it's worry, or guilt, or the need to prove yourself. These aren't character flaws. They're signatures. And once you see them clearly, you can begin to shift them, not by force, but by feeling something new. Emotion is not logic. You don't overwrite fear with more thought. You overwrite fear with presence, with breath, with space, with experiences that remind your body how to feel safe again. Because here's the secret. You don't manifest from the emotion you visit once a day during a visualization. You manifest from the emotion you habituate. That's the code the field reads. So practice elevated states. Not performatively, somatically. Feel joy in your body, even when nothing in your environment gives you permission to. Feel peace in your breath before the situation resolves. Feel gratitude in advance. This isn't pretending. It's calibration. You're training your field to stabilize at a new frequency so the external experience can match. And over time, it does. The people change. The timing accelerates. The opportunities align. Not because you forced it, because you matched it. Emotion is the fast track to quantum alignment. It's also the fastest way to repel what you think you want. When you chase goals from desperation, you instruct the field to amplify that frequency. You don't attract freedom by escaping lack. You attract it by feeling free before it arrives. That's not fantasy. That's how the system works. So ask yourself, what emotional code have I been broadcasting? What does my default feeling state tell the field to reflect? Do I keep reinforcing timelines of stress by living from stress? Do I keep anchoring scarcity by fearing it? Or am I willing to shift? Not when things improve, but now, without evidence. Because the field doesn't wait for you to earn a new life. It responds the moment you emit a new frequency. And that frequency is your emotion, fully felt. Not just on the surface, but in your breath, your posture, your tone, your expectations. You don't have to get rid of all negative emotion. You have to stop treating it as your default state. Let it move. Let it teach. Let it pass. Then build your new code with presence, with feeling, with conscious, coherent emotion, because that's the instruction the universe obeys. Not the plan, not the intention, the vibration. So feel on purpose. Let your body become the transmitter of the future you desire. And remember, your reality doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to what you feel is true. You think about something and suddenly, it shows up. Person calls. An email arrives. A door opens that had been shut for months. It doesn't feel like you made it happen. But it also doesn't feel random. You didn't force it. You intended it. This isn't luck. It's not coincidence. It's not some mysterious fluke. You've just glimpsed the mechanics of conscious creation, how intention acts as a command line for the quantum field. And if you understand the structure, you can use it again. With precision. Because yes, you can hack reality. Not by manipulating people. Not by working harder. But by becoming clearer. Let's strip this down. In a quantum framework, reality is not fixed. It's a matrix of probabilities, waves of potential waiting to be stabilized by observation and vibrational input. Intention is not a thought. It's not a wish. It's a field signal. It is the coherent alignment of thought, emotion, and belief, held in a state of focused awareness and directed into the quantum field with consistency. Think of it like this. A wish is weak, a desire without clarity. But an intention, that's an instruction, carries structure, frequency, weight, and when it's felt deeply and held steadily, the field doesn't ignore it. It begins to rearrange around it. Reality starts to shift. Not always instantly, not always obviously, but consistently and with increasing momentum. Why? Because the field responds not to effort but to signal strength. And intention is the strongest signal you can emit when it's coherent. Here's what that coherence requires. A clear outcome. Not vague, not conflicted. Not, I want money. But, I am ready to embody financial flow with integrity. Emotional alignment. If your nervous system is flooded with doubt, fear, or resistance, your signal gets scrambled. The field reads frequency, not words. Present time embodiment. You don't intend from the outside looking in. You intend from the identity that already lives it. This is where most people misfire. They set goals, make vision boards, recite affirmations. But underneath it all, they still identify with lack. They're trying to reach for a future from a state that contradicts it. And the field mirrors that contradiction. Not because it's judging, because it's perfectly responsive. So how do you hack that loop? You change your intention from, I want this someday, to, I am stabilizing this now. Not in fantasy, in frequency. This means thinking like the version of you that already lives that outcome. Feeling what that version feels. Making choices as that version. Speaking, acting, and responding with that emotional baseline. That's not pretending. That's aligning. And that alignment creates resonance. And resonance pulls matching realities toward you. Not by force, by field attraction. Let's go deeper. Intentions don't need drama. They need clarity. You don't need to shout into the universe. You need to hold a coherent internal frequency long enough for the field to stabilize around it. That requires trust. Not in the outcome, but in the process. Reality hacking is subtle. Sometimes your intention doesn't manifest the way you expect. Sometimes it reorganizes everything, relationships, timing, location, before delivering the result. That doesn't mean it failed. It means it's working on a deeper level. So you hold the signal. You don't check the clock. You don't collapse back into doubt. You keep being the version of you that has already received what you've intended. Because here's the trick. The quantum field isn't responding to time. It's responding to truth. And the more truthfully you embody your intention, emotionally, vibrationally, mentally, the more quickly the outer world recalibrates. So stop trying to force the result. Become the anchor of the frequency. Because the field isn't separate from you. It is you. You are not sending intentions into space. You are tuning your own signal into a different octave of possibility. And the moment that tuning stabilizes, reality complies, because it has no choice. Let's make this practical. You want to hack your reality? Do this. Set a precise intention. One sentence. Clear. Resonant. Charged with meaning. Sit with it. Feel it. Speak it out loud. Not as a wish, but as a truth you're calibrating into. Track your state. Are your emotions contradicting the intention? If yes, return to presence. Not to fix, but to realign. Act as if. Not to trick the universe, but to become a living broadcast of the new timeline. Let go of when. Attachment to timing creates friction. Trust the intelligence of the field to organize complexity you cannot see. Revisit the signal daily. Not obsessively. Lovingly. Briefly. Just enough to refresh the alignment. Then move through life as that version. Not perfectly, but intentionally. That's the key. You're not performing. You're programming. With every thought. Every emotional response. Every breath. And over time, the feedback loop tightens. Reality stops reflecting your old programs. It starts reflecting your conscious instructions. Not because you're controlling the world, but because you've finally stopped contradicting yourself. This is how you hack the system. You don't fight it. You align with it. You stop thinking of the universe as something to convince. And you start treating your own field as the source code. Because it is. Reality is not fixed. It's responsive. It's intelligent. And it's listening to every intention you hold with clarity. Every emotion you embody with presence. Every identity you choose with conviction. So set your intention. Then become the version of you who lives in alignment with it. Not once, but as a new default. And reality, it will follow. You wake up, check your phone, respond to messages, step into tasks, roles, identities. You eat, talk, work, scroll. You think it's choice. You think it's you. But underneath it all, something starts to whisper. What if this entire framework, your routines, expectations, reactions, isn't coming from who you are, but from a construct you didn't even choose? This is the question that's haunted philosophers and scientists alike. Is reality as we experience it a reflection of truth or a projection of code? Not digital code, but belief structures, perceptual filters, inherited frameworks, running silently like a background operating system. Call it conditioning, call it cultural imprinting, call it simulation, call it the matrix. Whatever name you use, the effect is the same. You are born into a world that teaches you what's possible and what's not. And it does this not with force but with repetition. You're told how to think, what to want, where to look, who you are, what you're worth, what's realistic, what's crazy. You accept the rules. You adopt the limits. And slowly, the infinite field of quantum possibility collapses into a loop, a predictable, reactive, consensus reality. But here's the key. That loop isn't made of walls. It's made of beliefs. And those beliefs aren't unbreakable. They're programmable, which means the matrix is not a prison. It's an interface. And once you see it, you're no longer trapped by it. But you can't break out with force. You break out with awareness. Let's be clear. The matrix isn't some secret government simulation. It's the field of collective belief, the shared thought forms and frequency ranges that most people unconsciously live within. That includes scarcity as a default setting, suffering as a spiritual badge, competition as the path to success, fear as common sense, doubt as humility. These aren't facts. They're programs. And most of them were written before you were old enough to say no. So you wake up each day inside a structure built from thoughts you didn't choose, running scripts you didn't author, playing a character you didn't consciously design. And the feedback loop begins. What you believe is all you can see. What you see confirms what you believe. And the matrix self-reinforces until you pause and question and unplug, not from the world, from the script. This isn't about rejecting society or withdrawing into silence. It's about reclaiming authorship, recognizing that most of what you think is real is actually just rehearsed. And what you feel is true is often just what you've heard enough times to stop questioning. So how do you step out? First, you observe. Start watching your automatic thoughts. Not judging, just tracking. Where did that belief come from? Who taught you that limitation? Why do you assume that struggle is noble? The more awareness you bring to the internal code, the more you start to see the matrix not as a theory but as a visible pattern. You hear it in your language. You feel it in your body tension. You see it in your choices. And then you reclaim the pen. You start rewriting the code, replacing inherited fear with self-trust, swapping limitation for curiosity, replacing how it's always been with what else is possible. Because the matrix isn't just the beliefs you follow. It's the ones you've never thought to question. The voice that says, you can't do that. The feeling that says, who do you think you are? That's not your intuition. That's your programming. That's the matrix talking. And when you stop identifying with it, you start waking up. Because freedom doesn't come from escaping the world. It comes from seeing through its illusions. The illusion that power is outside you. The illusion that you need permission. The illusion that reality is something done to you. It's not. Reality is reflected from you. And the matrix only controls those who forget that. So ask yourself, are you in or out? Not physically, energetically. Are you running someone else's version of reality? Are you reacting to the script instead of rewriting it? Are you using your consciousness to conform or to create? Because the power to exit the matrix is not dramatic. It's quiet. It begins with noticing the moment you're about to shrink and choosing to expand. Not to prove anything, but because you remember truth isn't found in consensus. It's found in resonance. And when your vibration becomes stronger than the programming around you, you stop being a node in the system. You become a signal, a reminder, a crack in the wall, and others start to feel it. Your presence disturbs the loop, not by force, by frequency, because those who are awake don't need to argue. They emit, and the system can't contain that. Because once you remember who you are beneath the programming, the matrix no longer controls you. Not because you left it, because you see through it. You play the game without becoming the avatar. You use the structure without mistaking it for truth. And you respond to reality not from habit but from presence. This is the real revolution, not rebellion, awareness. So are you in or out? Check your default thought patterns. Check the emotional atmosphere you live in. Check the voice in your head when no one's watching. And then choose again. Choose not what's familiar, but what's aligned. Because that one decision is how you exit the loop. One choice at a time. You're thinking. Then suddenly you notice that you're thinking. And in that moment something flips. You're no longer just in the experience, you're aware of the experience. You're watching your own thoughts, hearing your own inner voice, feeling the feeling while also knowing that you are feeling it. That instant, that shift, is not subtle. It's the opening to one of the most powerful quantum principles of consciousness. Meta-awareness, the observer behind the observer. In quantum physics, observation changes the outcome. The famous double-slit experiment proved this. When a particle is not observed, it acts like a wave, pure potential. But the moment it's watched, it collapses into a defined position. Observation chooses the form. Now apply this to your inner world. When you're caught in thought, fear, craving, projection, you're entangled in the wave. You're in the story, reacting to the content. But when you become aware of the thought itself, when you notice your own noticing, you collapse the pattern, not by resisting it, by simply becoming the one who sees, not the thought, the seer. This is not psychological analysis. It's quantum awareness. Your thoughts, like particles, have energetic charge. But that charge loses momentum the moment it's witnessed from beyond the loop. The observer is neutral, and neutrality is power. Because when you are no longer fused with a thought, it can't drive your behavior, can't project into your reality, can't command the field. It becomes an object, seen, recognized, released. And what takes its place? Presence. Not the absence of thought, but the presence behind thought. This is the core of higher awareness, not controlling the mind, but realizing you're not it. And when you observe yourself observing, you access a layer of consciousness that isn't bound by identity, habit, or conditioning. You're no longer the ego watching the world. You are awareness watching itself. And that self-recognition, that's the beginning of true energetic mastery. Because now you're operating beyond reaction. You're tuning into the field not as a participant, but as the calibrator. You set the tone. You choose the signal. You watch not to judge but to stabilize. And that stabilization sends a precise message to the quantum field. This version of self is awake. And an awake field creates instant feedback. You begin to notice synchronicity accelerating. Not because you're chasing it, but because your vibration is now coherent, unentangled. Still, think of it this way. A mind lost in itself generates noise. That noise scrambles intention, scrambles emotion, scrambles manifestation. But a mind that is being observed becomes quiet, still. And in that stillness, the quantum field can respond clearly. Not to confusion, to coherence. That's why the practice of watching the mind is more than spiritual hygiene. It's quantum activation. When you observe yourself observing, you're building a bridge between the personal and the transpersonal, between the identity you've constructed and the presence that constructed it. You begin to occupy multiple dimensions of awareness at once. You feel the thought and see it. You notice the emotion and rest beyond it. You hear the internal narrative and know it's not the whole truth. That space, that gap, that's the threshold of quantum consciousness. And the more you visit it, the more stable it becomes. Soon, it's not a fleeting moment during meditation. It's your default posture. You move through life from presence, not reactivity. From the witness, not the story. And everything changes, because the observer doesn't get caught in outcomes. It recognizes that all outcomes are reflections, not of effort, of vibration. And when you stay in that high-view presence, your field begins to project differently. People treat you differently. Time unfolds with more grace. Solutions arrive without struggle. Why? Because the universe is not responding to your thoughts. It's responding to the quality of awareness behind those thoughts. Most people try to shift their lives by rearranging the furniture inside the mind. They think more, analyze more, control more. But the real shift happens when you rise above the furniture altogether. When you stop decorating the cage and realize you were never the one inside. You were the one watching. The key to transformation is not in the content. It's in the context. And the ultimate context is pure awareness watching itself. You want to shift timelines? Start by watching your inner dialogue without attaching to it. You want to heal old patterns? Start by observing them the moment they arise, without judging them or calling them mine. You want to access higher intuition? Start by becoming aware of your own awareness. And then stay there. That state of self-reflective awareness is more than a trick of the mind. It's a portal. It opens a feedback loop between the personal and the infinite. And the longer you hold it, the more precise your inner calibration becomes. Not perfect, just clear. And from clarity, reality rearranges. So next time you're thinking, pause. Notice that you're thinking. Then notice the one who noticed. That's the layer that never changes, never reacts, never fears. It's not above you. It is you, the real you, the you that writes reality not through effort, but through presence. You light a candle. You speak words with intention. You breathe with focus. You feel the atmosphere shift. A stillness arrives. A sense of connection deepens. You're not just doing something symbolic. You're tuning your field. This is not superstition. It's not performance. It's structure. And when done correctly, it's technology. Because a true ritual isn't about tradition. It's about energetic precision. You're not calling upon outside forces. You're activating inner alignment. And when that alignment reaches a threshold of coherence, the quantum field responds not abstractly but directly. So let's get to the core. What makes a ritual quantum? A quantum ritual doesn't try to beg or bargain with the universe. It doesn't use repetition to convince some higher power. It doesn't rely on form for form's sake. It works because it calibrates your frequency. It creates a container of focused intention where your thoughts, emotions, and energy field are organized into a single signal. And that signal isn't metaphor. It's measurable vibration. It tells the field, this is my chosen timeline. Stabilize it. And the field listens not to the beauty of the words or the beauty of the altar, but to the consistency of the energy you're generating in that space. Ritual is not for the universe. It's for you. It gives your body and mind a reference point for energetic states you want to sustain. It creates an atmosphere of clarity, which then amplifies your manifestation capacity. Here's how to make it real. Start with simplicity. Don't overcomplicate the structure. The power is not in the objects. It's in your presence. Choose a space you can return to regularly. Sit, stand, or move in that space with the clear knowing, this is where my timeline is tuned. Step 1. Clarity of intent. Before anything else, know why you're there. What are you anchoring? What are you stabilizing? Not what are you begging for, but what version of self are you choosing to embody? Get specific. Not I want peace, but I now calibrate to the version of me who moves through life with steady, sovereign presence. Write it down if you need to. Speak it clearly. Let it become a vibrational imprint in the space. Step 2. Embodiment. Now drop out of thought, into breath, into presence. Let your body become the anchor for the energy you've named. Feel what it would be like to already live this truth. Not for a second, for as long as it takes to stabilize the signal. This is the hard part. Most people rush past this. They light the candle. Say the affirmation, then go back to their default state. That's not a ritual. That's a gesture. A real ritual requires a shift in state, sustained long enough to encode a new instruction into your field. This means slowing your breath, relaxing your nervous system, amplifying emotional coherence, letting go of resistance. Step 3. Symbolic structure. This is where you bring in tools, not because they hold magic, but because they help you focus. Fire, water, sound, movement, these are ancient technologies for organizing the human energy field. Use them intentionally. If you use fire, let it represent transmutation. If you use water, let it mirror flow. If you use sound like bowls, chants, or frequency tones, let it guide your cells into resonance. But always remember, the ritual doesn't work because of the item. It works because of your relationship to the item. Your belief, your focus, your emotional charge. That's the activator. Step 4. Consistency. One-time rituals can shift energy, but repeated rituals build stability. They become quantum anchors. The field begins to associate your chosen space, time, and gesture with a specific frequency. And that frequency becomes easier to enter each time. You're not just doing a ritual. You're training your system to hold a vibration on command. This is field mastery. You stop waiting for inspiration. You generate it. You stop reacting to chaos. You recalibrate to your center. And you do it through structure that supports energy. Step 5. Closure. Never leave a ritual in energetic limbo. Once the state is anchored, once the intention is felt, owned, stabilized, seal it. With breath, with gratitude, with a spoken declaration like, "It is done. My field is aligned." This isn't for drama. It's for clarity. Your system responds to punctuation. The field responds to completion. Now, this is important. A ritual is not about control. You are not micromanaging reality. You are collaborating with the quantum field. That means letting go of expectation. Once the signal is sent, once the vibration is stable, your job is not to obsess about how or when it shows up. Your job is to keep living from the frequency you generated. Because ritual is not the moment you ask. It's the moment you shift. Everything after that is confirmation. You don't need to believe in magic. You need to understand mechanics. Ritual is not superstition. It's conscious repetition. It's the art of entering a space not to escape life, but to reshape it from within. You want quantum results? Create quantum alignment. Let your rituals become reference points for the future you're living into. Don't chase the timeline. Stabilize the version of you who's already there. And let the ritual remind you who that is. You feel a pull, a knowing, a glimpse of something that hasn't happened yet, but feels familiar, not like a plan. More like a memory, as if the future is whispering, not from a distance, but from within. And you can't explain it, but you feel certain. This is not imagination. This is not fantasy. This is your future memory rising to the surface of your consciousness. And yes, it's real. In the quantum model of time, the future is not some faraway destination waiting to unfold. It exists in the same now as the past and the present. All timelines, all versions, all possibilities encoded in the field like layers of light. Time, as we experience it, is not linear. It's layered. And what we call the future is simply a higher frequency reality we haven't fully aligned with yet. But it's already real, already alive, already vibrating. And the moment your awareness locks into resonance with one of those higher timelines, you don't wait for it. You remember it. This is why you sometimes get ideas that feel too perfect. Why you have dreams that feel like lived experience. Why you sense outcomes that haven't happened and watch them unfold exactly as felt. It's not prediction. It's alignment. And when alignment becomes stable, the future begins leaking into your now. Not to tease you, to invite you, because memory isn't just a backward process. It's a bidirectional phenomenon. When you shift into coherence with a timeline that already exists, your consciousness begins receiving its data, its insights, its emotions, its imagery, its decisions. You're not guessing. You're remembering from the future back into the present. This isn't a trick of time. It's a function of frequency. Let's break this down. Each version of you across timelines has a unique vibrational signature. A field of thought, emotion, identity, and choice. When you raise your state through breath, through presence, through intention, you begin to access higher versions of yourself already living more expanded timelines. And as your frequency matches theirs, your system begins to download their reality. Not all at once, but in pieces. A feeling of certainty, a pull toward a new action, a knowing that overrides logic. This is not delusion. It's memory returning from a future you've already stepped into vibrationally. And the more you trust it, the faster it crystallizes into form. Because in quantum terms, it's not time that moves you forward. It's resonance. So if you want to live a new future, don't chase it. Tune to it. Ask yourself, what does the future version of me feel on a daily basis? What thoughts are default for that version? What decisions come naturally? What does their body language, tone, and rhythm reflect? Don't imagine it. Become it. Now, not in fantasy, in frequency. This is how you pull future memory into present embodiment. You don't hope. You match. You stop waiting for evidence. You start living the emotional state of the timeline you choose to stabilize. This is how the field responds. Not to the goal, to the emitted signal. And when your present state equals the vibrational signature of your future memory, the timeline collapses. You're no longer reaching for it. You're walking in it. And from that space, life begins showing you signs. Synchronicities increase. Old loops dissolve. New choices feel obvious. Not because you predicted the future, because you remembered who you already are in it. This is why intuition isn't about seeing what's coming. It's about recognizing what's already true beyond your current timeline. It's the language of memory from beyond the now. And the more quiet you become, the louder it gets. So how do you work with this? Slow down. Tune in. Stop measuring progress by what you've achieved. Start measuring by how consistently you're holding the frequency of your chosen future. When fear arises, notice it, but don't rehearse it. When doubt shows up, don't argue, just return to the memory of where you're going. Feel it again. See it again. Speak from it again. Because that version of you is not a goal. It's already real in the field. And when you remember it fully, the universe has no choice but to organize around it. Because you're not creating something from scratch. You're returning to what's already been selected vibrationally. And the act of remembering stabilizes the signal. So next time you get a flash of insight that feels too aligned to be random, honor it. Next time you feel certainty before the evidence, trust it. Next time a decision feels obvious with no explanation, follow it. Because these are not guesses. They are echoes from the self who's already there. Not in time. In truth, your future is not out ahead of you. It's nested inside your frequency. And the more you tune to the memory of who you came here to be, the more everything around you shifts to reflect it. You're waiting for the right time, the right sign, the right alignment. You think clarity will come tomorrow. That change is a future event. That transformation happens when circumstances improve. But the field doesn't work on delay. It responds to now. The present moment isn't just a moment in time. It's the launch pad. Everything begins from it. Every timeline, every shift, every outcome. Not later. Now, in the quantum field, the only point of access is the present. Not because the past and future don't exist, but because they're encoded into the now. This instant is not a slice between what was and what will be. It's the portal that contains all versions of you simultaneously. And the version you experience depends entirely on what you choose to stabilize in this moment, what you think, feel, believe, and signal to the field right now. The mistake most people make? They think of the now as neutral, something to get through, something in between bigger things. But the now is not passive. It's programmatic. What you choose to hold in consciousness now becomes the foundation of the timeline you step into next. That means presence is not a mindset. It's technology. And the more fully you occupy this moment, with clarity, coherence, and intention, the more powerful your field becomes. The field doesn't care what you plan. It mirrors what you're being. Right here, right now. This is the secret. You don't manifest by thinking about what you want later. You manifest by feeling the energy of it now, by acting from the version of you who already has it. You become that signal. And the universe begins calibrating accordingly. Not through time, through resonance. Let's make this clear. You're not creating your future from scratch. You're choosing from existing potentials already encoded in the field. Those potentials are accessed through vibrational keys. And the key is always found in the quality of your attention right now. Most people stay stuck because their awareness is split. Part of them is regretting the past. Part of them is fearing the future. And very little of them is fully alive in the present. But you can't shift from fragmentation. You can only shift from wholeness. And wholeness only exists now. Not when everything is fixed. Not when you finally arrive. Now. So the question isn't, how do I change my life? The question is, how deeply can I anchor into the energy of my desired timeline in this moment? Not intellectually, somatically, emotionally, energetically, because that's what writes the code. Your current thoughts, feelings, and frequency are the broadcast that instructs the quantum field. You are sending instructions with every second of presence or absence. So what are you instructing? Are you vibrating from frustration or from peace? Are you choosing to embody clarity or are you reacting from habit? This is not about perfection. It's about choice. And choice only exists now. You can't decide to align later. You align now or not at all. So if you want to activate a new timeline, don't wait for tomorrow's version of you. Become them here, not through force, through presence. Presence is not empty. It's the most potent energetic condition for quantum alignment. In presence, you stop rehearsing the past. You stop worrying about the future. You stop outsourcing your power to conditions. You stabilize in the one place the field is fully listening. Here, this breath, this heartbeat, this emotion. And from here, you access the control panel of reality. Because now is the only moment you can influence directly. Everything else is feedback. So here's what presence looks like in quantum terms. You breathe with awareness. You speak with intention. You move from emotional coherence. You feel into the version of you that's already aligned with your desired outcome. And you hold that state not to force change, but to become the vibrational condition that matches the outcome. And then, you stay there, as long as you can. Not in performance, in truth. And the more time you spend in that truth, the more obvious it becomes that the past doesn't define you. The future doesn't limit you. Everything you need is encoded in the now. Access to the field. Access to new ideas. Access to identity shifts. It's all here. So don't rush past it. Don't ignore it. Stop thinking the power lies in your plans. It lies in your presence. The most quantum thing you can do isn't setting a goal. It's becoming the version of you who already lives it, and holding that identity in the now until the field reorganizes to reflect it. Not as a wish, as a certainty. That certainty is not about what will happen. It's about who you are being now. So if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. The timeline you seek isn't coming later. It's nested in your current state. Shift that and everything else follows. Don't future trip. Don't mentally strategize how you'll become more aligned later. Feel it now. Embody it now. Stabilize it now. The present is not a stepping stone. It's the source code, the launch pad. And the higher your state of consciousness right now, the higher the trajectory of the timeline you launch into next. So make the moment count, not with effort, with presence. You touch, taste, hear, see, and smell the world. These 5 senses seem to define what's real. They give you data, confirm what exists, and form the boundary of your known experience. But are they the full picture? Or are they the filter? The 5 senses are not your limits. They are your interface, and they're tuned to a narrow frequency band of what reality actually contains. This means that what you call the world is not everything that's there. It's just what's being received by your biological equipment. But consciousness is not confined to biology. And your awareness is not chained to your eyes or ears. You are already sensing far more than you've been trained to notice. Yes, there is a perceptual reality beyond the physical. Yes, it can be accessed. And yes, you've already experienced it. You've felt someone's emotions without words. You've known something before it happened. You've walked into a room and instantly sensed the energy. These aren't anomalies. They're signals. Your inner senses are active. You just haven't been taught to trust them. The 5 physical senses operate in measurable space. But beyond them, you have a subtler system, a spectrum of perception that includes clairvoyance, seeing energy, imagery, symbols, clairaudience, hearing impressions, inner voices, frequencies, clairsentience, feeling energy, emotions, atmospheres, claircognizance, knowing without reasoning. These are not supernatural gifts. They are quantum faculties, modes of perception tuned to the vibrational layer of the field. And they work because consciousness is not a brain function. It's a field function. And when your field becomes coherent, quiet, and focused, these faculties come online. Not all at once, not always dramatically, but undeniably. And when they do, your entire model of reality expands. You stop relying on surface data. You begin navigating life through resonance. Let's break this down. The quantum field is not empty. It's a sea of information. Not words, but vibrational data. Every person, space, object, and thought carries a frequency signature. And when your awareness sharpens beyond the 5 senses, you begin picking up those signatures directly. You feel what's aligned without needing proof. You hear the tone beneath someone's words. You see patterns before they unfold. You know answers before questions are formed. This isn't guessing. It's tuning. And the more you cultivate these inner senses, the more accurate they become. So how do you do that? Start by creating silence. The 5 senses are always stimulated: screens, noise, touch, movement. But the subtle senses operate in stillness. So set aside time where the outer noise is low and the inner field can reorganize. Next, begin noticing intuitive hits. The feelings that show up before logic kicks in. The nudges, the pulls, the knowing. Don't analyze. Just notice. And track them. Write them down. Begin building your own language of energetic perception. It's not about being psychic. It's about being present to subtle information. You are constantly receiving it. You've just been trained to ignore it, to trust what can be measured, to dismiss what can't be explained. But intuition is not a backup system. It's your primary interface with the quantum field, because the field doesn't speak in sentences. It speaks in sensation, imagery, emotion, and inner knowing. The deeper truth? The 5 senses show you one layer of reality, but your quantum senses show you the architecture behind it, the emotion behind the words, the intention behind the gesture, the timeline behind the event. And once these senses are active, you stop being a passive participant in the world. You become a navigator of the unseen. This isn't fantasy. This is a return to your natural state of perception, before it was narrowed by education, culture, and fear. Every child senses energy. Every animal lives by vibration. You are not different. You are just waking back up. So don't wait to be told what's real. Feel it. See it with your inner eye. Hear it before it's spoken. Know it without logic. Because your inner perception is not limited by time or space. It can access the future. It can scan the field for alignment. It can guide you toward paths your intellect would never discover. This is not mystical. It's mechanical. When you become coherent, your field expands. When your field expands, it receives more data. And when that data is interpreted clearly, it becomes your guidance system. So how do you sharpen it? Meditate daily, not to escape, but to refine awareness. Spend time in nature where energetic noise is lower. Keep a record of intuitive impressions and verify them over time. Practice observing your environment not just with eyes and ears, but with your entire being. You're not trying to add something new. You're removing interference. Because your ability to see beyond the five senses doesn't need to be built. It needs to be remembered. It's already there. And once it's stable, the world begins to feel different. Not just visually, energetically. You sense truth. You read fields. You feel timelines shifting. And your choices become more precise, not because of evidence, but because of resonance. That's the level where quantum mastery begins. Not in the intellect, in the subtle body. So yes, you can see beyond the five senses. In fact, the question isn't can you? The question is, how long will you keep pretending that you can't? Because the real world is not what you touch and see. It's what you sense before it's visible. And when you trust that, reality starts showing you everything it's been waiting to reveal. You've searched. You've studied timelines, frequencies, intention, energy. You've trained your awareness, fine-tuned your vibration, practiced presence. You've explored the field, sensed the unseen, learned to navigate beyond the five senses. And now you're here, at the threshold of the final realization. You are not a being within the universe. You are the universe aware of itself through you. Not metaphorically, literally. Strip away your name, your past, your identity, and what remains? Awareness. And that awareness, it doesn't come from the body. It isn't generated by the brain. It doesn't begin or end. It observes. It remembers. It reflects. Chooses. You've been taught to see yourself as a fragment, a separate entity inside a vast cosmos. But the quantum truth is the opposite. You are not in the universe. The universe is in you. Not as an idea, as a field of infinite potential, expressing itself through a temporary identity for the purpose of experiencing a specific angle of itself. And when you remember this, everything changes. You stop trying to become worthy. You stop asking for permission. You stop negotiating with life, because you realize you are life. Every particle, every pattern, every shift in vibration, reflected in your own consciousness. The stars you look at are made of the same atomic elements running through your blood. The same forces that create galaxies are pulsing in your cells. The same intelligence that expands the cosmos is what you call intuition. You are not a separate observer. You are the source localized. And the reason your thoughts can shape reality, your emotions can shift timelines, and your presence can influence outcomes, is because the field you influence is not separate from the one you are. It's all one process, one being, one infinite, intelligent field, refracting itself into multiplicity, so that it can know itself through contrast, form, experience, and awareness. So let's drop the illusion once and for all. You are not reaching for higher consciousness. You are remembering that you are it. You don't need to ascend. You need to realign, not to something external, to the truth of your nature as a creator node of the universal mind. The moment you recognize this, not conceptually but viscerally, you begin to feel it. A stillness that isn't passive. A presence that radiates power. A calm that isn't apathy but knowing. You don't need to figure everything out. You don't need to see every step. You simply need to rest in the truth that everything you experience is feedback from the part of you that runs this universe. The field is not responding to your small self. It's responding to your true self, the one that recognizes all experience as reflection. So how do you live from this truth? Not by trying to hold onto it with your mind, but by embodying it in the moment-to-moment awareness of your being. Let your words reflect this truth. Let your choices align with it. Let your inner dialogue shift from fear to power, not because you're forcing it, but because you see that fear was always a misidentification. The universe doesn't fear itself. It expands into itself. And you are that expansion. Every time you choose presence, you collapse illusion. Every time you release judgment, you stabilize wholeness. Every time you speak from alignment, you rearrange reality, not by effort but by design. Because creation doesn't happen outside of you. It happens through you. And it has all along. When you called it luck. When you called it coincidence. When you called it intuition. That was the universal self, reaching through the temporary self. To remind you, you are not on a journey to become divine. You are the divine experiencing the journey of remembering. So stop shrinking. Stop performing. Stop asking if you're ready. You are existence itself, tuned to a unique frequency, here to activate codes in the matrix that only your perspective can unlock. There is no higher self out there waiting to save you. There is only the self that remembers what's already true. You are the light. You are the signal. You are the center of your reality, not egotistically but energetically. And everything that flows into your experience is the outpicturing of that central vibration. So become still, not to escape, but to realize there is nothing more to become. There is only more to express. Because when you remember who you are, life stops being a test. It becomes a canvas. You stop chasing alignment. You start creating from it. And the field? It responds instantly, not because it's granting favors, but because you've stopped contradicting yourself. You've stopped pretending to be smaller than the source expressing through you. And now every breath, every step, every word becomes sacred. Not because of what you're doing, but because of who you're being. You are the universe. You are the observer and the observed. You are the dream and the dreamer. And the moment you stop trying to earn that truth, it becomes your default frequency. And from that frequency, all timelines bend. Not by force, by recognition. This is the final key. You don't shift into something new. You return to what never changed. The awareness behind the pattern. The presence within the form. The source within the self. So say it not as a mantra but as a knowing. I am the universe, aware of itself through this form. And I choose to remember, not once, but now, and now again, because the now is where the infinite returns to itself. Through you, as you, always.